Hello, and welcome back to another episode of Thing with the Stuff. Ugh, I have a headache. This is my new hat. How do I look? It's a heat pack, by the way. It's not. No, it's the Prismaticult headwear. Alright, let's get opened up. Opening up Le Projecto. Plus 10 armor. Exactly. Plus 10 armor, plus 5 faith. Minus 5 charisma. Alright, we are in the project. Hello. Oh, also, wait, one, I can't really put it, where would I, I'd have to put it here, if anything. Maybe I can just not do it. I'm playing RuneScape while I stream. I thought it would be cool to have that on screen, just like the old days, you know? When we'd AFK and stream. But anyway, let me grab this guy. And go to content browser, plug in new water. I might even put it in here, honestly. So this is our Wave Flipbook 8x8, 6 seconds. Just put it over YouTube chat. Yeah, I was thinking about it. They're not good for much else. No offense, YouTubes. Yeah, so I spent today getting this damn curvature map baked out with the help of some fellas in Jed's chat. And so now we can use this to like do some automatic foam shit. I'm gonna move that here, and we're gonna go to the plugins, P-scape. Let's see. Give me 1 sec. I'll be right back. Oh, sorry, I had my mic muted since I got back. I'm so dumb. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, I've just got a heat pack on my head. I've got a bit of a headache. Apologies for the muting. But yeah, I did figure out a good way to... So, like, one thing I was struggling with last time was adding in, you know, the pre-existing waves to the simulation without them, like, overriding the simulation. And so what I've ended up doing is within our simulated zone, instead of purely just lerping towards this position, what we do is we add the, you know, the change in up and down per frame of the water. We add that into the simulation, and then the simulation, you know, handles it from there. And that's purely additive. So if I, like, you'd probably see it better if I was looking at the render targets. Also, did I change this back to fixed frame rate for when I'm streaming? Yes. So if I go to render targets, go to water, render target, and we hit play again, and just whatever. I said hit compile. Okay. So here's our water simulation. You can see there's all the nice waves and shit happening. But if I do this, you can see that, yeah, the ripples do actually go out. And so, yeah, we can actually affect the simulation around that point. Don't know why these little bits are happening. It might be to do with the whirlpool that I placed over there. Not really sure, but whatever. Yeah, that's the gist of it. This is the water depth. This is the wetness. So yeah, today we're going to work on a bit more of the visual side of stuff. Just like really making sure that the shader is representing the water well enough. And I also want to figure out why that isn't. I think it's because I'm doing something not on reset, or maybe on reset where it shouldn't be. But yeah, like the behavior's looking really good of the waves and stuff. You know, like here, it looks like, yes, the water is going on the rocks and flowing around and doing that kind of stuff. We also have to do particles at some point. But that'll be easier when we've got the fallback waves doing their thing. Yeah, I think it looks decent. I think it looks quite nice. What do you guys reckon? Do you guys think it looks good? Anyone? Anyone? Any validators in the chat? Was we the most complex thing so far in the plugin? Yes. I think this is probably the most complex thing I've ever put together. to this extent, like, that I've actually gotten this far with. There's a lot of, like, complex half-implemented ideas, but, yeah. But yeah, the one thing about doing this additively, doing the simulation additively, is if a ship or something, like, cuts through a wave, that wave will, like, you know, it'll get cut. Like, it'll actually get cut. I'm not sure what I'm doing in here. I might be lerping it too hard at the moment. So there's this part here, the domain edgelords, which have, okay, so they're lerping 0.2 strength, which isn't very much. It might just be that, like, my input, I mean, this is pretty, like, crazy waves and stuff. But yeah, with, like, big ships and whatever, you'll be able to, like, cut waves in half, in a sense. One thing I do need to do is to... I'm not offsetting the... the velocity. So when I move around, it thinks that the velocity is changing. Or it thinks the movement is essentially adding to the velocity, which is kind of cursed. But yeah. They look very aggressive when I move around. So this bit here, yeah, this is the lerp. And this is like, yeah, if I spawn in here, it will slowly lerp the position. It'll kind of fill in the water. Which is, you know, nice sometimes. There are some points where the distance fields are maybe not... So yeah, they are breaking on there. This bit here is like the edge of the... so cursed. Like over here. It's like the edge of the map. So the water's just like falling down. So silly. Right, let me just go back to here. Hello. That's water RT, water velocity RT. So why is this one doing that? That should be getting alert 0. Okay, so our foam is in the A channel. Gonna do GPU rebacks to trigger CPU events. Yes. Yeah, we'll be doing Niagara, like async readback stuff. Pardon me. I just want to check, because I feel like this part here is not thinging properly. Let's just go to water, static, not static domain. It actually is in here, isn't it? Hiding mask, simulation assist mask is then... Well, that should be going to Venice. Wait, what is going to Venice then? Oh no, that is. Okay, okay. So now if I go to the ready water and targets, get Venice. You are... That's just my test parameter. Okay, this is it. We'll put it into W. And just double check that we are getting the coastline. So not... Why is it doing it there? So it's white where it is, you know, simulation assisting, and black where it isn't. So these bits here must be getting distance fields from, right, this rock here. But then why would it be white there? Saying like it's not. Ah, because I do this, don't I? I zero out the Z component and then get the length that way. Which doesn't really make sense, because yeah, we want it to not simulate. Although it is, they are different distances. This is 200 units of depth. And this is... Well, it's like 500 units of... I could go like a half influence of that. Looks a bit better. If I'd done everything half, because that extends out 500 units, this should essentially give us the same thing in both places. Maybe, do I even want to multiply it? Technically, distance fields is... That's also post-power. So wait, this is our depth-only version of the simulation assist. So if we're looking here, you can see that, yes, when it crashes onto here, there's no assistance whatsoever. So we rely on the waves from here to then propagate over a short distance through this. However, this works better on, like, beaches and stuff. System sec. I have a Ryzen 9 30-something hundred. Sorry, 5900X. And I have a 2080 Super graphics card. Yeah, see, I'm not really sure what to do with this. This should match up with this to some degree. Yeah. And then when they're minned together, that happens, which is nice. Or if they're multiplied together, also nice. Maybe that's what we do want. We probably do want to multiply them together. But then, yeah, the only thing is this, the Z here. Well, no, maybe that's fine. Or maybe it shouldn't matter. Let me just do one last thing. Also, Amethyst! Hello, hello, hello. How was the cat rigging? The cat rigging. What was WoW? What? What? Huh? 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 It was good. Hell yeah. Gersner is the right. Okay. No, sorry. I was gonna. I've got a lot going on, you know. A lot of crazy stuff. What would this? So this grabs this from the water wave distance field, so we don't have to sample it again. So that's coming from the water waves projection stage over here, divided by 500. So that means if over here we do that, blah, blah, blah. If this was 250... or maybe 200 with a 50 offset. That's better. So that was like this. That was... okay, and then 50... bam. Okay, that should be good. And then, yeah, I don't know if they should be minned or multiplied. I think multiplied's probably safer. Fine, yeah. Are you going to be playing RuneScape now, Amethyst? I'm playing. I'm smashing out some AFK woodcutting. Yeah, you need to catch up. I've been AFKing all day. Need a farm tour at some stage? True. That could be arranged. Let's go too hard. Well, it's just, if I've got time, then I may as well. It's not like we have to woodcut together every step of the way. It's really just the quests. Quests and raids and stuff that need to be in sync. Where is the... thingo? There it is, okay. So, wait, that weird... this bit here, the little stepping, is from... that's from this being too high, isn't it? But then we need that to do that because... reasons, you know? Well, it's still happening, but... Yeah, no, it is happening. Why though? What if that was very low? Why does this happen? Hello? How long did you start this plugin? The original version of the plugin I did last year, but I'm just doing a big upgrade to it, which has taken a couple of months at this point. So all of the water stuff has been like about 2 months of on and off work. Is it because of this? No, no. Is that just a... It's always in that one spot. I'm guessing maybe it's just something to do with the texture. Oh, the world height RVT. Shader complexity, probably like in the red. Maybe the pink. But that's because I haven't sorted the tiles yet. A little bit of white, why not? Don't know why that bit specifically... Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, one thing about the water is that the water in front of us just reads from a texture. So the water around us is just reading from 2 textures, nothing else. So it will actually be not very complex in the end. A lot of the complexity comes from the water in the distance, because the water in the distance, even beyond this part, so you can see here, I think to about here. Oh yeah, outside this second square, that all runs on the shader. So that's doing, you know, the Gersner waves calculation, it's doing the flip books, it's doing all this other stuff that isn't necessary for this water to exist. So once I've actually implemented a, you know, like a tile manager, it will like swap out the material on the fly, or, you know, reassign some things to other things and whatnot. So the complexity will be probably in like the 500s rather than the 1 to 2000s. Oh yeah, how did the rest of the walls go, Amethyst? Did you end up getting figuring out the thing with the what do you call it? With the walls going to World Origin? Mostly? Maybe? Sort of know what's wrong. Okay, yeah. I mean, that's better than not knowing what's wrong. I guess just tracing through the graph a few times and, you know, maybe give it a rest, then come back and trace through the, you know, just like talk yourself through the graph after you've kind of forgotten about it. Did you find that making the water FFD with flipbooks hard? No, it was super easy. I followed Ghislaine Gerardo. Ghislaine Gerardo. His video about it, and yeah, it was super easy. Where did I move that to? I put it into the new water. Peacegate Waterwave Flipbook 8x8. Yeah, he's nuts. He is nuts. This flipbook will be in the plugin if people wanted to like doodle around with it and whatever. But I ended up finally getting the curvature map to work. And I think I might be able to use this curvature map as a caustics. You know? Niagara landscape video. No, I haven't. What's it about? Niagara landscape. What does that even mean? Alright, let's go back to this guy here. Extra object, blah blah blah, normals. So it should be the 8x8. Well, no, it's called Peacescape Water Flipbook now. Which I need to change in a few places. As well as the default here. That should be it. And then the loop length is actually supposed to be 6 seconds. For some reason I doubled it, which is really silly. So now all of our waves are going to be going double speed. Alright, let me have a geese.
Hey, what's up, YouTube? I recently made an experiment with
the interface between...
and a bunch of people on YouTube and Twitter.
Yeah, right.
So I thought I'd make a quick video to hopefully give...
The one thing about... So this would be... Yeah, right, it gets the height map and the normals from it. The only problem with this, where... I mean, obviously this is just an explainer video. What I would be more inclined to do is... Instead of using the landscape directly, I would be looking to use... I mean, you could use distance fields, but you could also use the RVT height map, like I do in Prismatiscape, because then you can put meshes into that. And you can also put textures into that. Like what I'm doing with the water, how the rocks are... Why does that happen on Star? So odd. Yeah, like how the rocks are actually, like, printed in there, so the water will actually go around the little rocks and whatnot. But I mean, it might be cheaper to sample the landscape because it's the landscape's vertex data rather than a texture. And it's sparser, so yeah. Lots of things to think about. All right, let's clean this up first and foremost. Oh, also, is the water going too fast? Yeah, it's going double speed. It's very, very rough. So we should probably tell it to multiply this by divided by 2, 0.75, and then 3 divided by 2, 1.5. Although these were going to be material parameter collection stuff. Possible to do landscape interaction using that Niagara module? Yes. Yes, you could do that. You could compare, you know, the location of an interactor. You could compare that to the height of the landscape, and then if it is close to the landscape, then draw, you know, some interaction vector field or whatnot. Let me just go back to the drawer. And go to the Omni Waves flipbook. This should also use the Escape Water flipbook. And I think all of the... No, why are they not... Huh. Well, I mean, I can... Tiles wide 8. Loop length 6. Pixel padding 4. Texture flipbook texture resolution 4K. Don't know why that changed all the thingos. The time input, that's all... This bit had to be div 2. And then we'll just go from there. So this should all be the same. I'm so sick of it not initializing properly. So if we sit here, yes, water, water, water. And so the water out here is doing stuff. It doesn't look... I don't know why, but the water in here just isn't... It doesn't look the same. Well, no, there is a height difference, which is my fault, because I've mismatched the height of the tiles and shit. But even so... That looks more like it. Oh, is it just because I put the macro waves up? It is. Okay, so now they're both at 1. That's all the problem was. That's fine. Dig about in Niagara. High time I dig about in Niagara. Yeah. It's, look, it's a very, very good thing. It's definitely one of the things of all time. Why are these normals looking so fucky? Let me look at that render target. This one here. Is it technically correct? Right, the offset of these water dudes is like way fucked up. That's what's causing it. Let me go into you. Been doing this for days. Is this how long GameDev takes? I want to learn. I've been doing this for months. I have been doing this for months. So don't be fooled. It takes even longer than you would think. There's a lot of tweaking. It's like the initial burst of like doing stuff. I might even blur the... Can I blur it though? No, then I'd have to offset it. No, it's not too bad. No, yeah, they're still thinging. I might have to... Because I do want to offset the UVs of that by some factor of this. Which this is going into here. 76 mask, simulation mask. They're getting normalized earlier. And so... down here, for each velocity, we offset. Yeah. Although, I guess that is just for the out-of-scope waves. The ones in here, well, they're a bit more fucked up. Maybe we do just do it like this. This is more just so the... texture has some give. This video game also wanted to know, does that mean you can just use it in any project you make? Yeah. That's kind of how I approach all of my game dev stuff. But this is also a plugin for other people to use. So once it's done, it means anyone that buys it can use it in their game as well. Where was I doing? It's in here, as usual. I was doing some real dumb stuff in water velocity RVT. That goes into there. That gets added each frame. That should be very, very minimal. That's the target. This is the... hold on. This is the current 0, which is then taking the water wave velocity and height, taking that, multiplying it by 10. Right, and then that's adding it into here by delta time. So that's probably why it's all going a bit nuts. I also want to, in here, I need to put this power back in. Just so we have even less assisted range. Cool. Check the 5 and 6. I haven't yet, Amethyst. I'll do it. Yeah, I just wanna. I just want to live. I just want to live. People are nagging me. Oh. I swear. No, fuck off Steam. Alright, let's go to Fab. Fab, publisher, portal. Show me the fucking thing. Become a publisher, sell it. Alright, log me in. Log me in. You previously signed in with another Google account. Can you just fuck off? Just let me in. Let me in! Sign in with email? Maybe I'll try that. Did not ask me for authentication. Okay. Let's see. Tools and plugins. Prismatiscape interaction plugin. I click on don't tell me it didn't fucking Right, well, it's pending approval now. Apparently it didn't submit last time. Even though I clicked the damn button. Alright, well, we'll see how it goes. Tell them to just compile it for that engine version. It's not that hard. You just put it in the folder and you click, oh, this was made for 5.5. Would you like to rebuild it? And you just click yes, and it does it, and it's fine. It's fine. Fucking hell, it's fine. Anyway, water velocity RVT. I don't know why this is going into both sides. Doesn't make sense. Well, right, no, because that's a. Hey, hold on. I want this, add this. But then this is the target, which is also that. Who's never activated Windows? Yeah. Yeah, I'm not a Windows activator. I'm not a Windows activist, you know? Sorry, yeah. I did forget. Using UE4 updated UE5. Why? Just for compatibility and support reasons. And I didn't have any issues going from 4 to 5. It took about maybe an hour to migrate everything nicely without any errors. So yeah, it was actually pretty painless for me. Appreciator, have I tested 5.6 method performance boost claims? I've opened the plugin in 5.6, and my performance was like half of what it is in this project. I'm not sure if it was just some weird setting that was on by default, but. And that was with, like, literally less than 10 minutes of testing. Maybe it was still compiling shaders or something. I've got no idea. This is 5.4, I believe. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is still 5.4. Not for any particular reason, I just haven't bothered to update yet. When I'm done with this plugin update, I will be moving to Thingamajig. The newer one, whatever it is. 5.6, I guess. Where the hell is that coming from? Amplitude. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, why don't I just check that out like that? Yeah, that is literally just magic wave gradient with a smooth bit in this. So that's for the shore. But yeah, again, that's fine. Just don't know why it isn't trailing properly. I guess this is coming from... No, this gets fracked. Does the thing. This gets saturated also, and they max over one another. Foam trail mask. And then this should all be getting added. Multiplied by the shore multiplier. So that is fading properly. And then lerped, the shore lerp. Which that should be getting saturated. Yes. And then these guys here. They all get added. Foam trail mask. Foam trail mask. Foam trail mask. Down into here. It already gets divided by 8. Crest mask to foam mask factor. How about you fuck off? And we just do that. Well, it shouldn't even be divide by 8. Because this is only doing 4 right now. So I think I'll just yeet this all the way over to tube master foam mask factor. No, fuck you. Just straight out like this. Don't overcomplicate it. That's better. So that has all of our waves doing a mask from their start to the finish. They're all overlapped and doing whatever. If I did this, the lower amplitude ones would contribute less. Probably what I want. There's also these really straight waves, which are dumb. Where are our time distortions? Right, that's like double the thing. Maybe I'll make them a bit smaller. Yeah, whatever. And then these, oh well, it's not even those ones actually. It's these ones that are a bit crazy. So that's... oh, fuck. 1500. 1400. I mean, it could just be that I want these to be a bit more crazy. I also don't... What am I doing with the wavelengths here? Ocean wavelengths. They go from 4,000... Oh, why is that one... So... Right, because we're only doing every second one, aren't we? Right? Yeah, why? Wait, they should be all in descending. That's a bit better. I get a sense of satisfaction when my node graph gets super big and I start to not understand what's going on anymore. Yeah. Yeah, that's me. That's me too. I am that man. Right, our shore waves are lower wavelength, aren't they? No, they're not even. They're... Does this actually make the smaller ones smaller? Because that's just saying get the amplitude, which is like up in the fucking thousands or whatever, and then divide it by some number. So for that to actually really matter, the amplitude was 1,000, and then divided it by 1,000, and then that was 1. Means that anything, or still anything above 1,000 should be... Oh no, the amplitude. I see. Not the wavelength. Amplitude is governed by the wavelength, but not necessarily linked. Which also means that the... Yeah, if I like did this... Oh no, why are they not getting... Oh no, they don't get more intense, they get less intense. But yeah, if this was higher, then they get crazier. But then as it goes back down to like 0-ish, then yeah, there's still a bit. I do kind of want to... Like, obviously we still want some going on at low amp. But then we don't necessarily want it to be like... Well, yeah, that's why I've got that. Saturate. Yeah. And I think that these should match the shore wavelengths. And that kind of makes sense, you know? So there's all our waves doing wave stuff. So this is the foam mask from all the shit. Then we need to... in here. So let's just call this... Let's do named reroute Gersner fallback foam. Or call it foam mask. Then we have the macro. I also need to do... This will be getting done also in the waves render target, and the foam will actually trail Whereas the ones in the very fallback, because they're stateless, they won't have foam trails, but we can kind of make it look like that at least. So this is the macro waves. This would need to be, I mean, I could do it like this. I mean, that almost pre-contrasts it anyway. So maybe I should do this. Then lake multiplier, ocean multiplier, amplitude. Here we should mask the RGB and A. Oh, sorry, just RGB. But then popping out of here, we can do some shit. For example, I don't know, divide this by the... Well, the amplitude is just 0 to 1. So, you know what, let me just see how this looks in the base color. Alright, looks really sad. Let's add 1. Well, no, that won't. Well, you know, the negative one will come up. Okay, that's still sad. Let's go add 1, divide by 2, and this should just give us the original texture, but with... maybe I should just do it separately so I can bias it properly. Just that I still have to mask it by the same things. So this is the curvature of the waves, of the macro waves. But then I guess we also want to factor in the height of them, you know? I'm gonna pee and make a coffee, so be right back. What the fuck? Oh, fuck. Hello. How's everyone going? How is everyone going? Thanks for the raid, Jed. How was the stream? Sorry, I was making a coffee. I had to pee and then make a coffee. But they are not the same thing. It's not a pee coffee. Let me show you. This is the curvature map that we baked out. Thanks to your expertise in Blender. Look at that. Beautiful. You can see why I said this could be used for, like, caustics, you know? The old cocksticks. Which isn't what it is for. But it may, like, we could do caustics. Cowsticks. Yeah. So what I'm doing now, I'm using this to do foam for the background waves, and also, well, for the simulated waves, but yeah, this is for the FFT. So currently, I'm just thinking, how the fuck do I want to already do that? I could just grab the B out of here. Although it's already been offset down here, because I take the normals out of it, and then we use those normals to, like, squish it in a bit and whatever. Amplitude. That's final amplitude, actually, so that's fine. This bit is also fine. That's the microwaves. So, yeah, I think a combination of the B. If I saturate this, we can probably use this as some kind of mask. So, like, multiply them together, you'll see what I mean. And then this is for the foam. At the crests of the waves. Probably want to do this then. Does that mean that I want to... No, because I have to multiply them post remap. If I just did this again, this would be the full height. Okay, that's a bit extreme for some reason. Why does it go beyond 1? Fallback mask. Multiplied by 2. Lake multiply, ocean multiply. That should only ever be up to 1. Amplitude should be 1. So why are we now getting... Well, I don't care. Let's just do this. That coffee will eventually become a P. That's true. That's true. Yeah, why is this getting... Ocean multiplier is just the RVT base color offset, and then we get ocean, we get lake. That's all fine. Wave amplitude. This should be 1. Flipbook into overlay texture object. We look at the B. Hello, B-man. B-movie. That's what it looks like. So where am I multiplying it by? Subtract 0.5, multiply by 2. That's from 0 to 1. Well, -1 to 1 range now. Multiply by them, that'll just shrink it down into 0. Amplitude is just a strength multiplier. Is this maybe gone above 1? No. That's at 4. At 1, it looks like this. But why would it be that... Let me just... Because if I add 1, divide by 2, then that should be fine. But why does it go above that? Let me just... Sorry, this must be really boring. I'm just trying to figure out what the hell's going on with this. With FFT, just with the ocean, the ocean thingo in... Oh. Why does it look like that? Is that just... Oh, maybe this is just a bug with single layer water. Let me put you back to default lit for a sec. But I guess just based on the... Ah, it was single layer water. There we go. Yeah, I'll show you the setup, actually. Also, I love this song. What a flipbook session. So, the gist of it... I'll go to Dicko mode. Actually, no, I should be able to... Or where's animation? Might be better. Alright, and then where the hell is the shading? And I'll just put this guy into the color. And we'll look at it here. Okay. So, it's two ocean modifiers. Sorry, I'll go back to here. 2 ocean modifiers. One of them... Hello. So you keyframe time. So time... The first one goes from time 0 up to time 6. Like that. But to make it looping, you crossfade one... with the exact same settings, going, and same seed, going from time 6 to time 12, or, double the time. So, right now, this one starts at 100% strength, and starts at time 6, whilst the first one starts at scale 0, so it's invisible, but then it crossfades, and by the end, it is at full opacity at time 6. And so that's how it can loop seamlessly. It does suffer a little bit from, you can see it kind of grays out towards the very middle. Which you don't really notice too much. Because, yeah, technically it is just crossfading between, 2 different simulations, or 2 different times in the same simulation. But in the engine, I do just some time distortion based on distance from world origin. So you can kind of see there's these grey bands moving across of the slightly less contrasted bits. So it doesn't really look like it's tiling. Could I set the curve slightly between the reduce and the grey? Yeah. I just didn't want it to... I wanted it to be as smooth and, like, unnoticeable as possible. Which I think once you've done some time distortion, it, you know, looks perfectly fine. Unless you're looking along... You could add some more thingers and whatnot, but yeah. So yeah, then, yeah, you make it tile 4 times, or sorry, twice, and move the camera into the middle. So that way it's, you know, it's taking this corner here, this corner here, this corner here. That just makes sure that it tiles, because it does do some side-to-side displacement. So you do the center of 4 repeats so that, you know, if this vert moves over here and this one moves over there, there's no, like, gaps or anything. And that's pretty much all there is to it. So you just render that out as a 64-frame animation, and that's it. And then for the actual flipbook generation... White Baker, though, is it heavy to do an engine with meth? Yes. Yeah, very, very intensive. I mean, it's not, like, super, super intense, but it is cheaper. So that uses an FFT. The blender thingo. Houdini has essentials that are loopable by default if you're ever interested. Shit. How does it loop them though? I don't know. This is fine for now. I'm pretty stoked with it. 6 sets of Gersner waves through my water, up a fair few instructions. Yeah, yes. Yeah, I've even moved down to 4 Gersner waves for the fallback waves. The one thing about... So I do a mixture of Gersner and... Also, let me change this back to not look like cum. But yeah, so I have this render target here, which is it's the simulation input / assist render target, but it's also what we're going to use to spawn particles at wave collision places. So that waves end up about here or so. But yeah, it's God, that's turbulent. I need to mask that out properly, but yeah. Yeah, so I still use Gersner waves in, like, the fallback, and I also do 8 Gersner waves, or up to 16, for... Because, you know, the shoreline and the ocean blend together. So I do 16 Gersner waves in this guy. Well, maybe I did simplify it down to 4 each, so it would be 8 total. But the saving grace is that this is a low-res render target. So it's like 384 by 384. So instead of having to calculate it per vertex on a super complex mesh, because the Gersner waves are like, you know, they're pretty low detail. They're just like big doodads. Yeah, you can compute them once per pixel in a low-res render target. of this size, and then the water can just sample that render target to do their WPO. But then obviously you run into, like, you know, the waves out here can't read from that render target. That's the one thing about, yeah, Gersner waves that FFT can't really do, is, like, curving waves. Because, like, or, you know, like, shore waves, or, like, directional. I mean, technically, yeah, you can align all of the FFT waves to sort of go in one direction, but it can kind of look a bit silly. And you can't, like, curve them around after the fact. They can only travel in one direction. So yeah, FFT is good for tiling omnidirectional waves, mostly. So that's why I've chosen to do a mixture of Gersner and FFT. But anyway, we want to get this and just check how it looks in the base color. Did you have that ever about medical drugs? Oh yeah, true. Another one of my teeth exploded, which was fun. Yeah, had another tooth explosion, and I got some blood test results from the doctor. Turns out I am vitamin D deficient. What a fucking surprise. It's all good, Amy. No, I do appreciate it. It's good to know what things are capable of what. For sure. Yeah, so I'm on supplements now. Oh, and also my phosphates were kind of low. But my iron and B12 were very good, especially considering I don't eat meat. But yeah, I do need to get more sun. But hopefully once I've sorted that out, then I can live like a normal boy. Is that enough? What happens if I... Let me go to here. Oh, so Amethyst, are you gonna escape? I found a good training spot. The Edgeville monks are really good for low level because they heal themselves and they deal barely any damage. So they kind of like, you can just AFK them for like 2 minutes at a time, maybe even 5-6 minutes. I have a steel scimitar that you might want to use. Oh, true, you don't have it on that computer, do you? Yeah, I'll put a steel and a mithril scimitar in the group storage. What's that? Oh, is that Evil Bob? No, it's not. Right, group storage. Earth scimitar. Steel scimitar. Hell yeah. But yeah, I've just been cutting willows. Yeah. I'm addicted. Again. Okay, so this is the macro ripple foam man. So if I just said, well, still, I don't think this is a good enough mask for it. If I chucked in a power, you know, pow. What's RuneScape about? Never played it. It's about everything. It's about the grind. Need to make TikTok for the day. True. You can RuneScape while you can AFK while you do the editing. That's my kind of go-to thinger. DVRS. Hello. The water's going good. I'm just doing some pizzazzing. Getting like a foam mask going. Yes, that's what I'm about to do. I just want to first... how can I... well, I do need to add the micro ripple contribution as well. Which is from here. That would have to be doing the same stuff. Although I wonder if I can... because they should act pretty much the same. I can probably do these together. No, because then... no, I probably want to do them independently. I'll just do this for now. So one of these will go over the top. The fuck? Huh? Right, that's just RGB. That needs its own. Then it needs to mask RGB out of here. So this is for the micro ripples. And then we can add them in separately and whatever. But these will... let me just check their intensity control. Okay, so it... no, wait. Why is it getting darker, like more contrasty? As it... oh, because it fucking starts... right, no, because that... But I can't multiply the RG first. Alright, what I want to do is, instead of subtract 0.5 across all, I want to... 0.5, 0.5, 0.5, but subtract 0 from the alpha. Bam. Would it just be better to just pull the alpha out here? But then it won't get done by the multipliers. I could just multiply it separately, though. But that's annoying. This is probably fine. Fuck it. Multiply by 2, multiply by 2, multiply by 2, multiply by 1. And you go into there. So then that will still all get multiplied by the fallback mask, multiplied by the amplitude. Yes. Blah, 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 blah. And then I think what I want to do anyway... I'll plug these back in. You know, I'll plug it in from... You know what? Let me redo this. So now we have the alpha, which is the undickified alpha. Yeah, so that's just the raw dog alpha, and then this will be the B channel, but it'll be mapped from -1 to 1. Which is probably fine, because we only really want this to happen on, you know, the wave peaks. So we can probably use that to our advantage anyway. Maybe add, like, 0.5 and saturate it. Just so we do get some, like, fully exposed parts here. That'll get, like, sealed. As in, like, sealing did it. Yeah, I can fuck with that. So that is multiplied by well, actually no, the only problem with doing this is that then when this goes down, it'll grey out. Because it's getting multiplied down around the 0 point. So I can't actually do that. Unless I just took the B from earlier, but that's kind of dumb. Defeats a purpose. Maybe this is fine. I mean, I can still multiply it to get it to have a bit more pizzazz. Actually, I could do a multiply add where I take the B channel saturated and then the B channel with the offset. Which maybe I'll do that. And then... what was it? 05. Will that even work though? No, probably not. It's kind of dumb. No, that's silly. Well, let me just mult 2. I mean, it's gonna get thingoed by the thing anyway. Is that even gonna look any good though? Probably not. Oh god. The thing is that, yeah, it should be revealing more of it as we go higher. So maybe I should just... Well, okay, no. If the amplitude... Okay, hold on. If we add the amplitude to the B channel... This is kind of getting hacky now. This is very arbitrary. So now, as the amplitude goes up, the offset of the B almost corrects itself in a weird and wacky way. But that's too much. That's too much foam. The other thing is, oh, not the microwaves. You just stay there. If we're still, like, very low down, I still want, like, a few little bits. So maybe let's scrap all this for a sec. Kill this. We'll just do RGB here. That's all, you know, doing its usual WPO stuff. Alright, so now we need to decide how do we get the foam back in the thing? So if we get the B channel from here, B-man. Oh no, but yeah, I can probably just do that with the alpha as well. So get B, get A. Or you know, I can do get BA. BA. Then multiply it. Oh no, sorry, add the wave amplitude. No, but that's gonna add it in places that we don't want it. That's gonna add it outside of the things. Okay. Hold on. Next idea. We just take an additional thing out of here. BA. And it also gets multiplied by the fallback mask. But, you know, a completely separate thing. And also gets... this doesn't feel good. I wonder if I could just multiply the result by this. No, but... Oh yeah, let's just do this here. Into there, this into there, this into here. These guys can just chill here now. You also get multiplied by them. Bam, bam, and then break float 2. Right, and then we also have the amplitude here. Cool. I will be right back 1 sec. Hello. Alright, so let's just say Well, let's just look first. Base color. Oh, what the fuck do you mean? Float 2 and float... Oh, I just meant this, not that. Silly man. So that's the height. And that's the raw height. Okay. So then the G is just the raw curvature mask. Cool, cool, cool. Okay. So we probably want to use the curvature mask multiplied by... Or maybe like do I have my inverse power? Pris inverted power. Is that in Prismatoscape? Yes, and that's just 1 minus power, 1 minus. Cool. Which this here, as long as you're using you know, an integer, way cheaper than doing like a square root, you know, like power of 0.5 or something. It's a little fun fact for you guys. So if this was this guy, yeah, because this here, if you just do power exponent integer, it's the exact same as just doing, you know, 3 multiplied by itself 3 times. Like the compiler, as long as it's not a variable, if it's like a constant, as in the exponent, not this can be whatever. It'll just get simplified into this. Whereas if you're doing power 0.5, then it has to do some fucking logarithmic square root bullshit. I don't know. So yeah, doing an inverted power, where you 1 minus, then power by an integer, then 1 minus again, ends up being cheaper than... It's also the curve is slightly different, going from like an inverted power versus you know, less than 1 exponent. One of them's a bit more bottom heavy, the other's a bit top heavy. Anyway, this should macro. So these little waves should appear sooner. But then chill there. Then I think the uppity downity bit. You don't. I'm just cutting willows in Draenor. Although you'll get attacked by the dark wizards. But if you're just AFKing, just grab the scimitars from the group storage. And then go to the Edgeville monks. And just smack them. Just kill monks. It's funny because the monks can also heal you if you talk to them. So it's like, oh yeah, I'm just like killing all of the monks, but then, you know, if you talk to them after they've respawned, it's like, yeah. Can read from curves in material too, right? Yes, but it will use a texture sample. And texture samples are evil. I mean, they're not too bad. Go punch a monk, hell yeah. I might even try this. Well, no, let's do that really soon, and then this comes in the other way. See how that goes. So at 0 stuff. No, because 1 is the maximum. So yeah, this should maybe even come in faster. I mean, this is all kind of useless. Until I actually... Let me just plug it into the foam. Which would be... Fucking flow map. This guy. What the fuck are you doing? Velocity. Okay, kill that. Kill. So this is our foam. That's the actual foam texture shit for now. This is where we're getting the thingo. Velocities, do all this shit. Yeah. Let's just get this. That can piss off. Well, actually, no, that is... Pardon me, that is this. Oh, no. Sorry, this goes into here. Yeah, okay, ignore that. That should just be... Yeah. It'll all get redone. It will all get redone. Right, then I have to actually put this into the base color. We're going to say, do you try and rest the weekends? Nah. I rest on Monday, Tuesday, usually. Hospitality hours are just, like, ingrained into my brain. Oh, this flow map won't have any... I guess it is only for the far foam anyway, so it doesn't actually matter that much. Yeah, so this won't actually look any good. Because, yeah, we don't have velocities in the distance stuff. But that doesn't matter. We just need to, like, get this looking decent. Maybe I'll just not plug it into the foam, honestly. Just for this. Well, no, we should. Okay, so... Let's just get on the shoreline. Black water. Very cool. So this isn't too bad like that. So this is at 0.1. I still feel like at 0.1, I want there to be some... Let me also turn the Gersner waves down to practically 0. No Gersner waves allowed. Whoa! No, no Gersner waves allowed. So this is just from the macro waves. That's definitely overpowered. How do we want it to look at this? And also, let me turn off the micro ripples. Okay, so this is just macro omni waves. The other thing is, like, yeah, the foam and stuff is a bit fucky because it's, like, kind of not hard-coded to work with that, but, I mean, this is what I've been doing for the render target foam. 1.33, 1.5. And then some contrast value. So maybe that is fine to use as a basis. Because, like, there is always going to be contrast applied, at least. Hello. You're a skilled dev. Why did you start making Prismatica or making games in general? I still am making Prismatica. And actually, as soon as I'm done with this plugin update, I will be like 90% back into Prismatica dev. Including a new devlog series. Which is exciting. But yeah, I just kind of... I didn't really get sick of it. I was just in, like, refactor hell. Or refactor heaven, as I would put it. For quite a while. Yeah? No, because... But yeah. Yeah, so, you know, that's a little bit too... Maybe I shouldn't be using this as the thing. But yeah, just doing this plugin, I mean, I make... Yeah, the plugin is also for the game. That'll be, like, a big part of the visuals of the game. But the plugin also makes a lot of money. And, like, I can just sit around and the plugin makes money. Which is really good for, like, doing a very stupid game project like Prismatica, where, like, it may never be complete. So it's good to have some money to sit on so I can buy pizzas and stuff. When it gets to this high, it's a bit too fuck mode, you know? Maybe this should be offset by default by like a little amount. Then saturate, then multiply. Yeah, exactly, Amethyst. We got lucky. Alright, this looks a bit better. So that's it with just the little doodads. Keep in mind, this is just for the far, far waves as well. I wish that I could... you know what I could do? That could be kind of spicy. Ooh, what if I... Oh wait, hold on, no, that's just for the fellas. That's not the... That's for the alpha. You know, that should be free reign. Don't offset that. It should be this one that I'm thinging. Offsetting. Multiply by 2 or some shit, I don't fucking know. No, we need a bit more earlier on. Well, that would just be a case of doing this, right? Although maybe it's an offset that I need to do, rather than a contrast. I mean, I could just offset the entire thing at the end. No, that looks decent. But it just gets kind of fucked up after the halfway point. It just doesn't look super... and then at 1, it's gonna go nuts. But yeah, so yeah, more Prismatica stuff. Oh wait, what am I doing? No, I wanted to fucking... I'm such an idiot. Does anyone know why I'm such an idiot? I meant to do that into here. And that into there. Spasticated. Can I redeem 120k channel points for a lore drop exclusive? I'll give that to you anyway. Okay, this looks better. At least. Because, yeah, we get, like, the big fat boys, and then we get all the small fellas in between. But, at the same time, this probably needs to be a bit... Well... That was a quartic inverted. Well, no, that's just doing it by the... That's just when it comes into effect. Hold on. Yeah, that's just its mask. Like, from the amplitude. Just remapping the amplitude multiplier. But then the actual strength of it is here. I could also just let it go over... Because, like, this will get saturated. We should allow it to actually, yeah, exceed 1. Like 1 opacity. Yeah, see, that's already looking better. But then is it just going to go too crazy when it's... No, it's not bad. Like, at this amount? Let's not put the divide there and just add them together and see what happens. Although that might... Oh, no, because they are going into the contrast, so... This probably will be better long term to figure out. Okay, so we're at 0. Then we go up a tiny bit, and it's like, oh, hello. Then we go up to 1, and it's like, oh, hello, hello. Some of these are above 1, yeah. I could chill that out slightly. Oh, wrong button. So now, as we get up to... Yeah, that's like decent for the fire. No, you know what? Maybe we do let it come in sooner. Maybe that's a bit too soon. But so yeah, now this has too much... It doesn't have any contrast, which again is what we're doing here. So maybe I could just... But is that because of the height ones? No. I do like how the height contributes. So maybe this should just have a little less contribution overall. Or maybe it should get clamped. Okay, so let's look again. Here's ocean. Monks are fucking you up? If you're low on health, talk to them and ask if they can heal you. Also, are you wearing your Iron Man armor? Alu, how's it going? Thank you. It's coming together. Oh, fuck, wrong button. Right, 0.2. So yeah, at 0.2 we have some stuff. I still feel like maybe the macro waves should contribute a tiny bit. No, but it can't be when it's down to 1 HP. Yikes. Yeah, make sure you got your armor on, and once I was at like 10 or 15 defense, they stopped really dealing damage to me. But yeah, they're so AFK. It's so good. Hello, girl. Little chicken. Yeah. Hello, my girl. Defense is 1. Well, train it up. Train it up. Go to the combat styles and train block. You'll get there. I mean, you could kill something else just to get like the first few levels. Right, these damned freaking things. Kitty detected. Alright, so let's see. Down to like 0.2. So that's totally calm and still. Then as we get a bit more, yeah, we start to get some little foamy boys happening. And then beyond that, yeah, we start to get... it is a little bit extreme. Maybe I just want to, like... Trying to think. Making an ocean system / shader at Illusions. I'll be right back real quick. I'm going to grab a snack. Alrighty, we're back. Right, I had an idea. We should cap the opacity here. So we can say, not clamp, but maybe I should even clamp it like to like 0.1 or something. But yeah, 0.5 and then goes in. So past the halfway point, this will stop contributing. So here it's like, yep, very early on. So maybe it should add. No, but I guess if the water is like totally nothing, there shouldn't really be any. I mean, again, it also depends on the wind and stuff, you know. Also, is that... No, that gets saturated. So that's just linear with the amplitude. What if I just added it linearly from the very start? Right, then it... Well, that's only at the very end that it'll do that. But no, then it will start to do funny stuff. So here we do want a slight... that should be 16666. Well, no, that should be 1. No, that's right. Yeah, so then it starts to get foamy and shit. But we can also not saturate, clamp that as well. So that it never goes beyond... Oh, hold on. Go back, go back. Quick, quick. So that should get saturated. This gets clamped. This goes into there. That goes into there. But yeah, sorry, we're making an ocean simulation system interaction, the whole shebang. But we're just doing the fallback waves at the moment. So this is like the waves that you'll see in the far distance. Yeah, okay, so that isn't there by default. And then, okay, so these start to do the thing. Then it's fine. So they're linearly introduced. And then they never go above that point there. Which I think is good. It breaks it up decently. They last a little while. So then if we add in the other ones, then we might have to divide it by 2. I don't really want to divide by 2, though. So now that those ones are in there, they come on a bit too quick, I think. Maybe I should clamp that down a bit sooner, if they are just going to get added. Because they're supposed to just be for, like, the little ripple schmipples, you know? Yeah. Like, at this point. Okay, that's decent. So this is at 0 macro waves. All we've got is our fallback, well, our flow-mapped ripples and stuff, which get affected by the wind and the current and the whatever, everything. Then, that's not it. Oh, that's the tidal offset. So then this starts to sneak upwards, and at about 0.1, at 0.1 we do start to get a bit of some like tiny little bubbles happening, which is nice. They're starting to get a bit of shit. Yo, Avramoski! Thank you very much for the raid. How was the stream? What were you working on? As that goes to 0.2, we get more. Go to 0.3, a little bit more. I kind of don't like how much we're getting there. So by the time we're at 0.5... Well, what's just this look like? Not with the big ones. Does meaningful stuff 3D related? I think you've come to the right place. I like to think that what I do is meaningful to some extent. Although it's all a bit crazy right now. And why am I not getting any of that in? Is that because we don't let it? Because it's just adding to it. It is all about the additivation. Is it Iris? No, but I am playing RuneScape at the moment. Prismatiscape is my interaction plugin, which deals with... Okay, that looks decent. Well, it's just that... Okay, at full bore, that looks good. I like how that looks. And then as we go down... That looks a bit too crazy. So I feel like in that case, this should go through a power before clamp, before blah, 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 blah. But yeah, I would normally do like a big spiel about... Okay, that is looking much better. Yes, I think we've done it. Yeah, and so essentially what this is doing is just adding a little bit of extra definition, but only at the peaks. So that all looks decent. I think that looks perfect. Although this is just one part of it. Because we also need to actually deal with the... maybe even that could go down a bit lower. That's at 1, but then down. No, okay, so maybe instead of... The clamp is fine, but I should probably... Maybe power, then scale it slightly, and then do that. Ugh! So much fucking math. Okay, so this is at 100%. Then it does come up. It's at 100. Still, it's maybe a little bit too much. Now we're not getting enough, though. See, that looks good. That looks good. But then up to here. It's like the last... Oh, do these still... No, they stop at a point. You know, it's probably fine. I think that's good enough for now. Yeah, it's only like past that halfway point that I would prefer it to thingo. But yeah, if I do that any higher, we're going to start getting too much noise in between. Although that might be good. No, that's nice. Yeah. Well, yeah. Alright, that looks fine. Let's just leave that for now. So this is our foam balance bullshit for the macro waves. Keep in mind, that was just for the macro waves. We also have to do this for the micro waves, which might end up being the same. Just add it on top, or we could even just add the the peaks and the other thing together. But I'm not really sure how I want to approach it. They do have to exist independently as well. Because, like, you know, these microwaves are like, you know, the really short wavelength things. Which in, like, a shallow body of water during intense wind, like, that's what it looks like. Whereas, like, the bigger the body of water, or the deeper the body of water gets, and the longer, wider it gets, the, you know, the bigger wavelengths can actually be introduced. So, like, the ocean. The ocean is, like, 100% macro waves. And it can also be 100% microwaves. Imagine a microwave meal? Hell yeah. Isn't that just an oven? Doesn't an oven use macrowaves? AKA, like, you know, heat radiation? Infrared? Maybe that's what people should call ovens, macrowaves. Oh, girl, you're so sweet. Why are you being so sweet? Alright, let's get this, thingified first. Looks like you improve the look of the water credit. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, it's I mean, this is technically still just debug because this is black and white mask, but yeah, just doing the foam like this, just, you know, makes it look like actual water very quickly. So macrowaves back down to there. Now let's get our... Well, how was I doing this again? It was the B and A. Straight out of here. Microwave exclusion mask. Bam. Then we have the amplitude, which we use to manipulate it separately. So we can probably just start off with... Let's actually get this down. To, like, I don't know, here. Well, no, I want this inline there. But then this can all just pop out a little bit. Or maybe you go... No, that's nice and tidy. It's all about looking tidy, so I can actually read what the fuck I'm doing. That doesn't need to be saturated there. Why would I be saturated? And yeah, also there's a lot of magic numbers, but that's kind of just how it goes. So, these bits get added together. That's for the WPO. With the WPO scale. These get smacked together for the normals. And that's pre-amplitude. Let me put these up close to each other. Yeah. Cool. So then this is for the normals. This is for the WPO. Combined. Flipbook. WPOs. Combined. Flipbook. Normals. Well, technically that would be here, but they become normals. Put you out to there. Right, then let's put all of this up so that it's in line with that. Now, I'm probably not going to have enough room to do this for that. I do wonder if I can just... You know, let's actually try that. Let's try break float 2. Or even, no, even before that. Let's try this guy, add this guy. and then run it through the exact same setup. Because it might just be a, you know, multiply this by 0.75 or something, and then it would just work. This here, BA, multiply by microwave exclusion mark, that happens everywhere. So for now, let's just do this. So wait, why is that not contributing? Oh, is that not using the new... No, that is using the new one. B and A added to B and A here. B and A multiplied by fallback mask multiplied by lake multiplier. And then that all goes through. Oh, because this. Yeah, fuck. Right, because that goes through that and does... it's not manipulating the inputs, it's manipulating the dude puts. Trying to think how I can, like, optimize this nicely. No, I couldn't just add them together. Because this drives this separately to that. I could... I mean, but at that point, yeah, I may as well just duplicate the whole fucking shebang. Which is fine. I can do that. I mean, if a lot of the logic is identical, it'll just optimize that out anyway, right? Question mark. Okay, so now this goes into there. Oops, fuck. Night cow, but when game? Yeah, one day, yeah. When I feel like it. But I mean, as usual, if everyone wants Prismatica, you're welcome to make your own. Alright, so this would, in theory, be, you know, how we would do the microwaves. The other thing is that the microwaves might actually just require, like, a separate offsets and whatever anyway. So we put this... Well, let's add them together, actually. Check that there. Can I has animations, please? I'll actually be probably like open sourcing a lot of my animation work for the game. Because like I want the game to be a learning resource, you know? Right, so here's our microwaves. I feel like the microwaves need a different thingo. Like different rules. Because here's macro waves. The other thing is, yeah, they get added together, which makes it a bit harder. I probably shouldn't add them. I should probably max them over one another. Sorry, let me chuck it on lit mode. Hey, yo, that's lit mode. Showed you animations for Shader Spaghetti. Have the NPCs running around like anime waifus in no time? Hell yeah! Hell yeah, waifu game. Prismata waifu? Alright, so let's see. This is our ocean. These are our big waves. Sweet. These are our little, tiny baby waves. It almost is like I can you know what I mean? Like, it's not that far off. Like, at the lower intensities, we do get, like, yeah, a bit of stuff. Which, again, is maybe a little bit too much. I don't know, do you reckon I can just feed them into the same... Like, if I did this... not added them together. If I added the textures together, did this and that. No, because, again, it would still end up being pretty much the same. Yeah, it might even literally just be a case of, like, you know, multiply the microwaves by 0.5. Oh, the other thing to keep in mind is that these microwaves, they appear in the simulated zone as well. So these will actually contribute in, you know, all zones. So these ones are arguably more important. I mean, that doesn't look too bad at that level. If it's at 0.1, then it's pretty chill. 0.2 has a little bit of foamage happening, but not that much. It's like pretty minor. And then yeah, as it ramps up, it starts to foam up a little more. Maybe it's better to just clamp. No, not clamp. So yeah, maybe we max them over one another instead of adding them. I still don't like the fact that it's kind of copy-pasted, because I could parallelize that. Okay, yeah, so that's both of them combined. So if this was at 1 and this is at 1, then yeah, it's still lots of variation, but it's very choppy. Choppy looking. That's some rough as guts ocean. I feel like the macro waves, I probably want to maybe do this. If I subtracted 0.33, that would be... so then I'd want to multiply by... Fuck. How do reciprocals work again? So that would put 1 down to 0.66. So if I wanted 0.66 to reach 1, then I would multiply it by 1.5. Yeah. But yeah, I want this to kind of only be more at the peaks. So that's just a contrast doohickey. Which means it'll still go in here pretty well. But yeah, at maximum... Maybe I could even chuck it up. It's a bit harder. What if this was linear instead of exponential fading? Okay, no. Abort. Definitely needs to be exponential. Oh, no. Okay, what if it wasn't exponential? It was just half scale. So it would still be the same at the top, but then earlier on, I think it would, yeah, introduce itself more over time. That's it. That's the one. That's it. That also means I don't have to clamp here, because that would... Actually, if I saturate and then do this, then I don't need that plan. Alright, cool. Okay, so that's macro waves, all good. Make it saturated, blah. Cool. Nice. And then microwaves. I might even try the microwaves with the exact same stuff. Yeah. I think if anything, I probably want a bit more of the curvature mask in here. So... No, well... I guess it depends. If I did just have more of the curvature mask, this would look super crazy, but... Probably not fade in as soon then. I do like it at full. Even then, it's a bit... Maybe I will still clamp it pretty hard, but make it not fade in as soon. So like, yeah, here, it's still working its way up, and then there, and then it's like, yeah, cool. And then if we put this one in as well, you get some stuff. There you go, higher, micro, macro. Sick. Oh. Okay. Cool. I need to pee again. I'll be right back. Your Crombus. Ugh. Just joined for the first time after seeing your flow map video. Hell yeah. Aren't we all thirsty? Aren't we all thirsty, fellas? Okay, so I think this is decently balanced for now. It's a bit funky and whatever, but... So that's just... No, that's just micros here. And that's macros. And they get maxed over one another. Cool, cool. So yeah, we can have like low wind, but high, or you know, but still have waves. So this is like after it's been windy. Because if it's no longer windy, then all those tiny little wavelets aren't going to be hanging around. But the big guys stick around, because obviously the water, you know, momentum, whatever. But then if it's just starting to pick wind up, then it'll do like this, and then after time, it will get rougher and rougher. Okay, cool. So that's just the flipbook stuff. Now we need to get the fucking Gersties in there. Yeah, lit. Also, ignore the really low res stuff in the distance. Oh, it's probably not even that bad. It's probably fine once the other ones are in there. So we've got the Gerstos. So this is our... They get maxed together. This is our foam input here. Then we do the thing, blah, 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 blah. So then we want to do a named... This is called Flipbook. Water Flipbook foam mask. And then we go water flipbook foam mask. Then we want the Ocean Waves Gersner fallback foam mask. I also need to multiply this by these guys as well. Ocean multiplier fallback mask. Let's multiply these together first. Then multiply that. That can die. But then this can also multiply this guy. Ooh. So Gersner fallback foam mask. And then... So this... I might just call this flipbook foam mask. So then that plus Gersner fallback foam. So if we just put the Gerstners in, which they also obey the thinger. Yeah, so we do need to do a little bit of like finagling with this. But that does... Okay, no, it does get clamped. Right, because it's based on the amplitude and shit, isn't it? How do I want to do that? Yeah, it's based on in here. Our fallback stuff. It's the amplitude divided by 30, blah, 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 blah. But it doesn't get, like, more intense. Well, okay, no, technically it should get more... No, because they don't cap out, do they? Well, no, they do saturate. So if it was 50... This is just going to output it regardless of the amplitude of them. I could do like 100, divide by 100, then inverse power. This is per wave. Yeah, so then at least we get some early on. Then as the intensity goes up. Because, yeah, it does cap at a point. But I still don't know why the... Yeah, that's just the intensity here. And then that is just for the softness here. If I did that even further, that means that, yeah, like, they would start coming in earlier. But, I mean, that's the thing, right? We don't want it too early. Because, like, they're barely even waves at that point. So, yeah, maybe even just... And then this will also be added into the other waves. So, yeah, here we might get some... Now, even then, I wouldn't expect there to be foam. Foamy shit. But we do want it to add to the other ones. And then, yeah, here it's like, oh my god. Crazy time. Maybe even here it's a little bit too extreme. In which case, maybe like going amplitude 200 inverted power cubic is the way to go. Because, yeah, waves like that, they're just here to, like, kind of influence the other ones. So then when we start to put the macro waves and whatever in, then they start to get a bit cray-cray. Start to get a bit Crayola. Oops. Oh, what's that? Ocean waves global multiplier. Whoops. Oh no, yeah. Yeah. Cool. Cool, and so all of them get outputted. Phone trail mask, yep. I might even, if I did power here. Although, no, I guess the foam should fade out linearly. No, it doesn't even. Let me just try this. Because this is just a peak-to-peak mask between the waves. That maybe... Yeah, it takes it a little bit too far. I think linear's fine. Okay, cool. So if we go back to here, final mask, blah, 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 and then we add the flipbook foam mask, then things will start to get a bit weird, a bit hectic. Because it means that, like, these are gonna start... Yeah, they're gonna add together way too quickly, and now it's just like a fucking bloodbath. There's no fallback foam mask. We could... I don't know if powering it... Post... Banger... Let's just go like middle, and middle. So middle that, middle this. That's our like base foaminess. I don't fucking know. Then as we start to put these guys in, the big fat boys, you know, that's That's where they start adding, but it's a bit fucked. If it was power of 2... I mean, that is getting divided by 8, aka the number of waves. Number of wavelengths. But see, here it just doesn't have enough... I mean, you can kind of see it happening here, but... Oh, should it be 8 or 4? I don't think we were actually doing all 8 of the waves. That's why I put it out here. So maybe this will be fine once I... No, more overpower it. That's looking better. So we have the trail from the waves mixed with all the macro shit. So once we start to... I mean, if we had less of this, then that looks okay. Probably needs to be broken up a bit more, but there's not really much I can do about that at the moment. And that's at 100%. Yeah. Okay, I fuck with that. Yep. Cool. Let's just test this at all the different thingos. Let's say we're like sitting up here looking out at the fucking... the ocean. I don't know why, but the shoreline waves are... Right, because their intensity drops off around here. I mean, I guess they're not very steep. Over here, they're a lot steeper. Which is good. Is this just from the balancing in here? Let's see. If that was 150, that would mean that they foam up sooner. I still don't know why... we're not getting it in front. Because we're doing this. I mean, if I punch that up a shit ton... and that, yeah, increases the over... Maybe I should... Okay, here's an idea. What if I just did this, but then gave this a little bit of... No, because they get maxed over one another. So that we get, yeah, a little bit of forwardness. It's like to mask out there, but... if I did less of that, we'd get more in frontedness. Maybe I could keep that at 4. But then we're going to see the lines, which is a bit odd. But we do get some, like, build up here. Yeah. Maybe that... no. Let's see. Maybe giving it a stronger... No, because, yeah, then we get some weird lineage. That's probably fine. Keep it like that. But then the only thing is, yeah, once we start to get, we're like down here. So 0.25. How's that go? So maybe this is better. So up to that amount, and then as we get higher, up to 1, then we start to get, yeah, a bit crazy. Crazy, crazy. Bit too crazy, maybe. Wait, no, that shouldn't affect the final. Maybe we do just want it to, yeah, happen sooner, but at the old scaling. So now we're here, and then as we go up to 0.2, yeah. Because it, like, what would be happening is that you'd get these peaks, and this would be caused from the wind rushing over it, rather than the, you know, rather than it actually like breaking necessarily. Yeah, cool. Let's just leave it there. So we've got this base. Then if we start to poke these guys in, that's the micro. That's the macro. Okay. Negative waves. We got that. Then as we start to bring this in, it'll start to go a bit crazy. Maybe that's a bit too much though. But I don't want to just max them over one another. I think this one is important to be additive between them. Is it just a matter of... No, that'll make it brighter. Yeah. What if I do more of that? But then we're just going to lose... Just lose the trails. I mean, I could reduce the power, but also reduce the scaling. So let's go down and then put this up. That's not too bad, actually. Although it does maybe... So much fucking tweaking. Okay, that makes it brighter, but how does that look at lower dudes? I mean, yeah, that's kinda... I might even just, like, cap this at some... Well, that should be getting capped anyway. But I doubt that's why that's going higher. No. It's just a big fucking balancing act, and I hate it. I hate shaders. Fuck shaders. Well, no, okay, I guess if I want them to not get more intense past a certain point, then it should be like this. This, that. Oh, that should be probably 3 then. Which means they'll cap out at a lower amplitude. Then I should make the... Yeah, so like by here, and that's never going to get any greater. So then I should... So that's an inverted power, which goes that way. So the smaller ones get bigger. Maybe that's a bit too much. Yeah, maybe we do take that back down to power of 3. Then back in here. That's cool. Up to 0.5. That's a bit extreme. That could be where we scale that over. Or we just clamp the... No, maybe not. Well, now we're just not going to get anything. Okay, no, this is it. Okay, maybe just by 5. Some scaling, who fucking knows. So we reach this state pretty early, and then it doesn't get much crazier than that past this. And I think that's a winner. Because, yeah, we don't want it to just turn into white water everywhere. Can I just turn this fucking... down? Okay, maybe a tiny bit more. That would be by 4. And that's a bit too much. And that's at 100%. Yeah. 225? Magic numbers. All right, Dank. Let's just do that. So that's the fallback waves foamed up. That's one tiny bit of this thing. The whole fucking system. Well done, go me. Any plans on water navigation, boat, ship on your actual game? Yes. 100% yes. I fucking love water in games, as you can tell. Yeah. Especially since, like, all the character movement is physical. It means that you can, like... I don't know, I think it will feel... Oh, I just attacked a fucking dark wizard. Goddamn. Hold on, let me just kill him. Yeah, so because the character movement is all physical, running in the physics engine, like, as the boat rocks around, you'll actually get thrown about. And, you know, if you're not holding onto something, you might lose your balance and eat shit. Or fall off the boat. Man overboard. Oh, Dark Wizards drop nature runes. True. That's good. Alright, this is looking pretty decent. Let's change this back to... Well, no, let's call this Final Foam. You know, regions, biomes, but what game? I should do a game of the year. Game of the century is what I'm doing. I'm not interested in that pussy game of the year stuff. No, I'm just, you know, making the game that I want. Make the game that I want to make. Doom, hello. Here's how your Ocean Waves is better than Unreal's built-in system. So, mine is fully interactive. I'll be able to show after I actually, you know what, let me just go and reroute. Final foam mask. Oh, it's not even foam mask. No, well, no, I guess we'll just call it final foam. I'll be right back. One sec. This coffee is just making me pee so much. Hello, hello, hello. We are back. Yes, piss coffee. Coffee piss. Yeah, I don't know. It might also be the way I sit, because I sit, like, on cushions on my legs. Like, you know, sitting on my knees. On a big chair. And that might just be, like, compressing my bladder slightly. I don't know. I do piss heaps. I thought maybe that, like, I was expecting when I got those blood tests done. I was like, I'm totally fucking diabetic, aren't I? Like, I piss so much. But my blood sugar was, like, on point. So, how it's better than Unreal's built-in system? I think, can I get this work? Well, I've got the actual foam. No, not final. No, that's final foam. Where's the stuff coming in? Well, we just get the velocity and use that, don't we? Let me just see what happens if I hit play. And refresh on this. How's this looking? Do we actually have foam? Well, we've got the microwaves foaming. But do we have... Oh no, because that is just for the RGB stuff. The actual, like, the micro ripples. Oh, can you not fucking... Where's the F8? Go to normal mode. Yeah, so that's for the flow mapped ripples. The ones that actually move around. These ones. So, isosphere shapes. I thought about it, but then I decided to go for a 2.5D, like a grid approach. I'm much more fun. I mean, the grid is also... Sorry, let me just find the fucking render targets. The grid simulation is also within the scope of, like, my plugin. Because my plugin is all about, you know, simulating stuff on grids. Let me just check why we are not getting foam. Okay, no, we are getting foam. I'm just not adding it into the shader. That's right. Also, that's probably a bit too foamy. A little bit too foam-mo. Let me also just... Let me just close everything and save it. Cool. So we're looking here. So this is our foam mask here. Let me just put it into the shader. I want to put it in raw dogged. So that we don't have to, like, tweak it specifically. I think the simulation should handle it. So let's go into here. The other thing is that in the fallback wave or deterministic waves thing, I can also simulate foam trails in this if I want to. So, like, within this zone, the big circle, we can be like, we can do actual foam trails, as well as foam dispersion, and also base it on, you know, distance fields and whatever, so we can just have foam generating when, you know, waves crash against stuff. Which we could also do, to be fair, with the fallback waves. We could sample distance fields and do that, which I might do. Yeah, just based on, like, proximity. Just so, like, yeah, from far away, it still looks like, hey, like, there's some shit going on. That might be worth looking into. Anyway, but for this, need to open up our dude. Open up the guy. That looks very silly. Now we just need to get the simulation foam. Okay. Named simulation foam. Although I might want to do simulation foam and the deterministic render target foam separately. But let's just go simulation foam, add that in. Also, I think I should be doing this power before that. I just want over this side for that to be just all added together and then into the thing. Oh my god, my left click button's just getting all fucked up. Sit on top of the waves. I don't think it would really solve anything. It's also kind of hard when you're doing those kind of particle-based systems. Oh, did I just... to do stuff like, you know, when you... Because this simulation follows us around. So, you know, as I move over here, you can see that, you know, it moves along with us. And doing that with particles can be a bit, well, costly, but also a bit freaky. Alright, let me just get the foam in proper. So that was simulation foam. Oh, I've already put it there. Alright, as I thought, that's a lot of fun. God, if I just, like, fucking yeeted that down, then it might be okay. Especially as water merging. Really like that water. NVIDIA Flex. Gotcha. I can do water merging. Like rivers going into things. I mean, you can see it here, but... Yeah, I think I need to tune down the amount of foam being generated rather than just changing the frickin' strength of it. It's a bit fucked. I'll just do this. At least now there's a little bit of variation. But yeah, you can see like the water generates foam based on turbulence and whatever. And then does its thing. So where my system differs from Unreal's system is that mine is real-time simulated, which means that water can just splash on the ground. So if it was raining, we could make it, you know, just add tiny bits of water everywhere, and we'd start getting, like, you know, rain rain streaks and whatnot, you know, forming in little channels and all that kind of stuff. Another thing I'll be adding is being able to make rivers run dry and flood, like dynamically. And also tides being dynamic is another thing. Yeah, this is a little bit nuts. I don't know why. I guess it's because the macro waves are at 100%. So they're just kind of going a bit nuts. Let me just restart so I can do this. Let me also just get into the actual sim. Oh, material base. It's compute shader. Let me turn this back into a single layer water. And base color opacity. Compile. Okay, here's like some kind of... You know, I want to make this... This is way too not chill. Let me just turn down the Omni Waves strength, which is hard-coded for some reason right now. Let's go to O2 on those ones. Okay, well, no, I guess it's just filling up first. Alright, let's go back to here. So why is this going so nuts? Oh, I didn't apply Scratch, you dumbass. Okay, now it should be a lot less turbulent. Let me just go back and refresh it. Okay, so now we should have decently not super crazy shit. Yeah. Yeah, like if I go down here to like where the shore waves are a bit stronger, then we can start to see some cool stuff happening. So yeah, you can see here the I don't know why these aren't doing anything right now. The fallback stuff. Simulation 5. Add them all together. Shut up. I'm not sure. Yeah, so these here, this is like real-time simulated water. Obviously with no particles yet. Once it's got particles, I'm sure it'll look a lot nicer. But you can see it, yeah, like riding up, bouncing off, flowing over the rocks, and like, you know, draining back down the rocks and whatever. Can probably change this now that it's a bit less fucked, but... Yeah. It's pretty satisfying watching it go up and then drain down and like channel through bits and bobs. And also, yeah, being able to just, like, spawn water and for it to, you know, flow over and whatever. And yeah, also this is interactive, so if there's something in the water, like a boat or whatever, it can affect it also. So you can leave like trails and that actually affects the waves. If it was big enough, you'd be able to like cut waves in half almost. If that makes sense. But yeah, like you'd be looking at like this kind of view in third person. And a lot of the artifacts like this here would be hidden by particles. And then when it smashes here, you'd get big like upward splashy majigs. Big pion pion, you know? The other nice thing is that the material version, which is this here. So like even if you're not near water, ignore that, that's cursed. Even if you're not near water, we still run the simulation for like rain and whatnot. And so that this shader, what do you call it? Material function gets implemented on, you know, landscape and rocks and whatever. Which handles the wetness mask. So like for example, you know, if I do water here, you can see that it stays wet. Although it's too dark to even see right now. And that will dry over time. But it also handles, yeah, like this, the foam and displaying water, you know, adjusting the roughness on just a material. So this water here is just taking our simulation and just projecting it onto, I mean, you know, it's not actually there. There's no depth to it. But, yeah, just as like for like shallow water, puddles and all that kind of stuff. And then it also doubles up as blending the... Ignore that. Blending the water. Wait, where's... Oh, there's no water here. Basically, blending the water mesh into the shoreline. So it looks, you know, natural. See you, Doom. Thanks for sticking around. Going to be affected by global wind? Yes. Global wind and local wind. Because I do a wind sim for, like, explosions and, you know, magic effects and gunshots and sword swings and whatever. So, the wind indirectly affects the water. So if there was like a still pond, or even like this kind of water, and I've got the wind turned off at the moment, but you could blow the water around with the wind system. Or like if there was an explosion here, it would push the water out this way. It's kind of funny. Yeah, right now I just want to tweak the foam. Because at the moment it's a bit cursed. It's a little bit too... I don't know. How do I even explain it? It's a bit too... Will there be a sand dust version? Yeah, I do... So in the wind sim, I used to use the B and the A channel as a velocity over time, like a UV displacement effect thing, but it doesn't really look that good. So I think what I'm going to do instead is use the B channel as a dust mask. So, you know, when something's moving, it will kick up dust, and then the wind will move that dust around. So you'll be able to kind of see, you know, sand particles and that kind of shit. Or you could spawn cards that then use that render target to do some you know, dust around the player and shit. But then I was thinking of using the alpha channel as a local inverted wind mask. So if you had something blocking, let's say like a house, and then you had, or like, you know, even just a big pole, and then you had global wind, you know, blowing in one direction, it would essentially use that global wind and kind of do almost like, yeah, like a dust simulation to create a mask behind the thing that was blocking the wind, and then you could use that to dampen your global wind behind, you know, certain obstacles and whatever. Right, so ideally I want this simulation foam to just get plugged in as is, without any alterations. And so, as is, it's a bit fucked up. I might even just do this, and we'll look at it from here. Maybe in unlit mode. Because, yeah, that's fine. So, let's see what the fuck we can do about this. You know, I might also just, in the edge lerp stage... it's also the single layer water makes the base color really fucky. Let's just switch back to default lit. Or even unlit. Fuck it. We ball. Oh wait, no, it doesn't have emissive. Although it should... No, it won't work. Let's just do that down. There, bam. Okay. Alright, let's go here. Let's juice up the height lerping. Just so when we reset it, it'll fill up quickly again. Alright, so now let's go to where we actually do foam stuff, which is in the divergence calculation. Oh, I also do in here, we add a bit of divergence to the final render target. That's kind of what's creating these, like, the more solid lines at the leading edge of the foam. I think I prefer it. I can't really tell. You can see here, there's like these little bits. I might even maybe just tone it down a little bit. So it's less crazy. Okay, that's 025, not 25. Yeah, okay, that's a bit better. Right, and then the actual foam stuff is in here. Then something I was doing. So this is our water velocity. Where velocities are butting up against each other. So if like an X velocity 100 is going up against X velocity minus 100, then we get divergence of 200 units. And that's how we choose where to generate foam. Yeah, I don't know if it's supposed to be divided by the simulation size. I don't think it is. No, it shouldn't be. At least not for this application. So we could say like a minimum of 100 divergence. What velocity divergence? Oh, that's like the raw divergence. Okay. So yeah, when do we want it to start making foam trails? There's also one other bit, which I don't like, because it's in a separate place, but the advection of the foam... Oh no, wait, I'm lerping 0. So that means it isn't trailing. Yeah, I used to do some smearing on the foam, but I guess if it's just constantly drawing and we don't let it advect 100% of the way. Yeah, so the foam advects 70% of the water's velocity because it's, sitting on the top. If this was 1, then the foam would, kind of move too quickly in a way. Like the foam's moving like it's not trailing. If I did it like this, then it would be way trailier. Like this, this stuff here isn't getting zhuzhed along. So I think 07 was fine. Yeah. So I think that's okay. We just advect it as usual. And then in the... It's all a bit crazy. Divergence calculation. So this was... I mean, that's the thing, right? We could give it a slower or like a smaller threshold, but then scale it higher. So we'd get less powerful foam around the place, in theory. This is just a balancing act right now. Sorry, I'm just chopping logs on RuneScape. Yeah, so this is, you can see the divergence lines, like the leading edge of the foam stuff. But now we're not printing as much foam. I mean, you can see it in here, right? We get the lines, they're leaving behind some trails, but it's not powerful enough. So that went down to 10. Look. Again, it's still not really printing enough to leave decent trails. Although, like, how much trailing do we want it to do? Do we really want it to trail that much? Oh, this is... Okay, so no, that caps it. And then this is a post-cap multiplier. Oh, we also do random float. It's kind of funny. Should technically be noising it up. And there's another factor, which is the foam dissipation. Water foam, delta time, inverse multiply. Yeah, so that will dissipate the foam over time based on how big this number is. So if this was like 1, then the foam would fade out really quickly. Like here. But if it was smaller, 0.1, then the foam would last longer, stick around longer. That's decent. What's the main thing causing foam to behave so realistic? We're doing a water simulation. So the foam is actually moving around based on the velocities of the water. And then we're using flow maps to kind of see how, like, there's all these, like, individual bubbles. It probably looks like shit right now, because we are streaming at a low-ish bit rate. But yeah, we use flow maps to kind of pan the textures around according to the velocities of the stuff. How does that... Let me just go back to thinking. Let me also just go out into the ocean, because I just want to make sure that we get foam in the ocean in our little simulated zone. And yeah, it looks like we are. Plus the extra dudes. These, the micro ripples, they need to get distorted more. That should be like up here. They should be getting moved around by the velocities. So it looks like they kind of undulate as well. But is that... I don't know. Then we get stretching. Yeah, it's a bit weird. But, I mean, that's probably fine. Advecting the foam with the similar... Yeah. Yeah, we advect the foam along with the velocity. So then this is like full ocean wave intensity and stuff. Pretty hackers. That looks pretty crazy. Maybe it could fade out a little quicker. Although this is like max intensity shit, so yeah, maybe that's fine. Let's reset. This. Alright, let's look at our shoreline. I mean, that's pretty decent. How does it look on the river? What do you guys reckon? Too much foam? Too little foam? Does it need better scaling? Does it need a higher threshold? That's with better scale. That's starting to look nice. This is a very fast river as well, hitting some obstacles, so maybe that's okay. The thing is as well, we do remap all of this stuff in here so that the foam kind of sticks around a bit longer. A lot of foam is, I believe, yeah. The only problem is that it's hard to. Yeah, it'll definitely have a parameter to tweak, you know, to some extent. But it kind of has to be like a global foam multiplier. Foam threshold, foam scale, foam multiplier. And then also a foam... what's it called? Foam... fuckery. Foam thinger. Also, I don't know why the foam is fading out in a circle. Or is it? No, I think it's... Is it? Yeah, no, it is. It's totally fucking fading in a circle. Son of a bitch. Yeah, this looks good, like with this little obstacle. The shore waves come in, it sucks around it. Everyone's happy with a bit of the suck. If I put this back down to 1, then it should be even more interactive. But yeah, this is decent. There is one other thing I wanted to do, actually. So this is all, like, contrasty foam, right? So this is, like, the high contrast foam. I also want to do a linear... So, like, this all gets powered and then scaled and then put through the foam textures and whatnot. Which one of them's like the little bubble thing, and one of them's like a larger kind of macro noise. So there's this texture. Maybe I'll put that to 0.5 again. This texture here, which is the kind of globulous foam. And then there's this one here, which is like bubbles. Little bubbly bubbles. So that's like this one really tiny little... Actually, yeah, if I pause it... And yeah, you can see, like, it looks like bubbles. And so I blend them together. I can probably do that more based on intensity as well. Like, do one of them, then the other. But at the moment, I'm just summing them together. But there's also... I also want to just do this and sum multiple of this into... I guess into the emissive for now. Which is just like the raw foam stuff. Without any blending. Although it does... Okay, hold on. Right, because this guy... Flipbook foam mask. I mean, that's probably fine. So yeah, add this in. So some amount of that gets added to the thingo as a kind of like fallback. Or not fallback foam, but like it's supposed to represent foam under the water. This will just look pretty... Oh, that's just adding one. That's kind of crazy. Let's try this in. So this is like pre-contrast, no textured foam. And this should just help it look a bit more good. Okay, maybe not that much. Although here it's a little bit fucky because of this one specifically. Maybe I don't want to... I mean, it should probably have a little bit of contrast. Flipbook foam mask, blah blah. Let me do... Yeah, I don't like that. Maybe I could just power the whole thing down this way. So yeah, the idea is that this will add to the opacity. Yeah. I also don't like... I think this simulation foam needs to get, like, fucking clamped or something. How does this look? Like, if ocean waves are at full... no, that's about right. If everything's at full macro, full micro, it's like a fucking white bloodbath. It's a bloodbath of white blood cells. But, like, is that what the ocean looks like? Has anyone ever been to the ocean when it's, like, giga fucked? Anyone? Anyone? Has anyone, like, ever, you know, been outside, or... Let's go really turbulent ocean video. Alright, top 15 most dangerous oceans and seas. Alright, Caribbean. Let me give me some Dead Sea. That's not ocean, that's salt. That's salt. Alright, show me the... Yeah, show me footage. I want footage. Yeah, so it never really gets that turbulent, you know, like that looks like what we've got. But I mean like deep sea crazy shit, you know? Like where's all that fucked up footage of like fishing ships? Oh, okay, no, hold on. So, yeah, if it's windy and turbulent, then yeah, there is... Like, it's more like the opacity overall. I mean, yeah, that's kind of like... Okay, that's 200 k's an hour wind. But, yeah, like, just the general opacity just fucking skyrockets. You know? Biggest deep sea ocean waves. Show me some. We've got some YouTube shorts. Whoa, that's lit. Okay, move the water away. I can't see anything. Yeah, even like it very turbulent, it's not that white watery. Oh shit. Yeah. I'm just where the waves are. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, even like this. Like, yeah, the general opacity does go down. I think I just need to adjust the Gersner waves a bit. Because, yeah, they are a bit... even here, I might just... With the macro waves... take that down to here. Just like offset them so only the peaks. No, maybe... Shouldn't the water also be dirty? It's a wind increases or just the water opacity? I don't know. I just want these to be a little bit sharper at the tops. Yeah. So then as the macro waves get bigger, up to 1, then yeah, that's totally righteous. And then the microwaves are about the same. And combined... Cool. And then we have the Gersner waves. So yeah, it is mainly just the Gersner waves that I need to tone down a tiny bit. Just so they don't... the trails don't last as long. It's like I could just do either a higher power. Because the sediment that gets lifted. I'm not sure about in oceans, if that's the case. I think they do just appear more... more opaque because the wind is creating, like, lots of micro ripples and there's just, like, foam or bubbles at the surface everywhere, which, like, you know, makes it look less reflective. Like, there's more scattering at the surface when it's all turbulent and stuff. I wonder if then, if I put that down a tiny bit. It's getting very finicky. But again, this whole system is like, it's pretty much a black box. I don't really... like, there will be some parameters, but like a lot of it is just magic number. So let's see how this goes. So let's just say at 0.5 for this and 0.5 for that. Then introduce the ocean waves. So at maximum... yeah, at maximum, this is what we're looking at. Maybe it's the micro ripples that are a bit too overtuned. Maybe I'll take them down to... where's micros? Top is micro. Maybe they can go down as well. Alright, let me turn this back into a default lit. We won't go back to single layer water for a sec. How optimized do you say this water shader is? It's probably more optimized than you'd think because, as in the shader, we're talking about the shader specifically, because all of the water in this circle will be using a different material to all the water in the distance. And so a lot of the water in the distance will be using vertex shader, like vertex interpolation. And, you know, most of it's just getting run on in the vertex shader. And yeah, all of the ocean in the distance is way lower poly. But all of the water in the simulation zone, which ignore this bit for now. This bit's just stupid. All the water in here isn't doing any of this stuff. It's all getting done in a lower resolution render target, which we also use to do all the particle spawning and whatnot. And this here also drives the input to the simulation. So this is all fully simulated water here, as you can see by this. But it gets driven by the underlying, you know, deterministic waves, which you see over here. And so all of the water in here, all it's doing for its foam and its WPO is just reading from 2 textures or 3 textures. So it's just 3 texture samples, a bit of like remapping and blah, blah, blah. And that's all it's doing. So it'll actually be really, really chill in terms of like shader cost. But then at the expense of, obviously we're doing a compute shader under the hood to, you know, simulate the water in the first place. But the actual rendering cost will be, you know, more chill. How do you measure the intersection? Are they just overlapping each other? Do you mean the intersection of the ocean tiles? Yeah, they're just overlapping slightly. But because all of the textures are top-down projected, and it's using the single layer water shader, which does a Z-pass, like a separate Z-pass for the water, then renders the water and does all the refraction, whatever. Yeah, you don't see any Z-fighting. And so that means, yeah, if this one is at a lower LOD than this one... Oh, there's a lit wireframe? Yeah. Then, yeah, like, okay, this one here is a lower LOD. But they still blend together because, yeah, they're overlapping slightly at the edges. Alright, I'll be right back. I need to pee again. Hello, I'm back. Speaking of shader costs, is there a way to have a better shading complexity from my understanding the default one's terrible because it looks at the number of instructions? There isn't, currently. Maybe they'll do something in the future, maybe, who knows, but yeah, at the moment, it's kind of just, it's a bit fucky. But yeah, I don't like it at all. I think it's very silly. I think it's very misleading for people that don't, you know, understand what it means to have more instructions. Prismatic complexity view when? I mean, it's probably not a bad idea, honestly. Like a weighted shader instruction. I don't know. I probably want to scale the foam generation. Also, I'm gonna rename this not water divergence calc. It's just gonna be called water foam. Water foam. Hey, add water foam. Fucking something. Water foam generator. Yeah, that's it. That's lit. Or water foam handler? Because we're technically not just generating foam. We're just, I don't know. But yeah, I think on shallower water, there should be less foam. Or like, you know, we need some kind of float, water, column height. And then we'll get that divided by 10. And then saturate, and then chuck you in to, nope. Yeah. Now we're chilling. Oh, do I want to put it in there or into here? No, I guess into there. So yeah, we don't really want like the super duper shallow water to generate foam. Or as much foam. It should provide some offset. You had a chance to test Substrate after he's trying to replace regular work. I haven't. I haven't, and I don't like change. But yeah, I don't understand what Substrate is all about. Like, it's, I don't know. What's wrong with the current materials, you know? Also, why the fuck is that? Right, because that's the thingo doing that. That's kind of cursed. How can I should probably, actually, that's what I was gonna do. I was gonna do that by the vertex normals. Although that won't work. Yeah, maybe I'll have to do that by the water normals. Maybe it was I can know when you have layers overriding each other, so I can compute only the areas that are on top. So you mean like layer material, okay, like all layers, no. Right. So what, Substrate has a more explicit way to define layers and filter out the, well, yeah, only draw the top layer. I mean, that's interesting. If it doesn't change anything else, or, like, not have features that, you know, we rely upon, then it might be worth, you know, Why does that happen? Why are we getting beading? It is actually beading, isn't it? Or is that just the foam beading? No, that's the full thing beading. That's just because our system overview in our calculate. Where is it? Figure out the flow. That's flow times 2. But then this bit here, yeah, if we don't allow it to flow heaps AF. No, it's still... Ah, is that maybe I mean, it could go up to 30 units before the flow stops. Wait, that's just... How the hell did that happen? Why is it that it is now... Huh? Is it because that isn't being... No, that gets clamped. Why would it be something... Water column height? Oh, right, these have to be the same fucking number. I'm dumb. Right, we were creating a mismatch in the in and out flow. Yeah, this is so that water... No, I think that is a velocity issue more than anything. Yeah, we don't really want water that's really shallow to flow that much. But then, yeah, we do get this beading because we get build-up, which then increases the blah, blah, blah. It's probably in here. Although I did tone this down, which is supposed to chill the water out on bigger slopes. Which doesn't really help, but I think that was at 30 at some point. And then we have speed limiting here. And then a base friction for damping. Or velocity damping. Have you seen a pre-pros for blending assets that was ever recently using an alright pre-render or something to blend neighbor pixels? I haven't. Oh, do you mean the mesh blend plugin that the Subnautica team were dicking with? Yeah. Yeah, that was interesting. Taking like a, you know, basically generating a cavity map in screen space and then mirroring across the tangential stuff. Quite interesting. Integrated default. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I wonder what the cost is. Right, no, I guess if it hooks into Nanite while Nanite is generating its clusters, then it can kind of cache the intersecting points. So it would just be getting done in compute, and then it would be a post-process using that buffer. Yeah, I don't know. Seems interesting. Yeah. So yeah, not super applicable for, you know, rendering purists like me. I'm just here for the simplest possible straightforward rendering bullshit. You know? Alright, I can probably get rid of all these things now. Oh, I just got rid of something else? Question mark? Right, the fallback data. SMAA? What's SMAA again? Jesus. Yeah, look, I made a grave mistake. I made an error. Alright, let's go back to our single layer dude. Single layer duded. Subpixel morphological AA. Right, okay. Morphological. Now that's a fancy-ass word. Yeah, any morphologists in the chat? Now that's radioactive. The real question is, what does Threat Interactive think about it? I'm more a temporal hater than a morphological lover, to be fair. I mean, yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. It do be like that. TIAA. Hell yeah. It's what we need. It's what we the people need. Oh, I'm gonna get nerd logged from RuneScape. Hell yeah. Gaming. That was my first nerd log on the group Iron Man. Got a yellow bead? Hell yeah. Oh yeah, true, there's imps around there, isn't there? What are your melee levels, Amethyst? Also, yeah, this does make it look more windy, which I like. So I think, like, on a windless day, maybe it should be... and then wind intensity. Oh, well, actually, I could get rid of this power. So. Which one's that? The melee, the first three... Attack, strength, defense. Ooh, okay, that looks nice and windy-ish. $13, $16, $17. Okay, okay. So you're probably not dying to the monks anymore. I would train attack up to 20 and then start training strength. Because once you're at 20 attack, you can use that mithril scimitar that I put in the group storage. Yeah, gaming. Gaming. Yeah, so I think like the max intensity... well, actually, you know what? Let me test out if the thingos were bigger and the thingos were bigger and the thingos were bigger, and then if it was windier. Yeah, then it starts to get a bit... I mean, yeah, maybe that should be linear. Criminal Virgin Foundation is so Lovecraftian. Hold on. Hold 1 sec. 1 sec. Alright. Wait, is that? Yeah, okay. Alright, now. Check this out. Oh, so yeah, that is a bit fucky. Yeah, I definitely think power 2. And then as the wind goes higher, we start to opacitize everything. And yeah, I think the foam here gets too strong overall. Oh, does it? Actually, fuck, maybe it goes above 1. I can't remember if I was ever clamping it. I should be clamping it in the simulation as well. Yeah, I can't remember if it actually goes above 1. No, it does. It does. I could scale it. No, but I don't want to scale. Well, maybe I should. Fuck it. Multiply. 0.75. Jeez, what the fuck? That's... Right, no, maybe it does go above 1. No. Wait, simulation foam. Water foam. Okay, no, that is it. God, compiling this complex shader every 5 fucking seconds is gonna kill my ass. Anyway, what I was gonna show was this. Wait, why is that? Hello, what the fuck? Why? What? Is that because of the fucking... Alright, hold on. I need to change that way less thingode. Right, yeah, that was because of a... I slow the water down. Yeah, see, it creates kind of tearing as well. But yeah, big ocean. Wait, am I sure I'm not? Oh, you know what it is? Right, it's because there's no land here to act as the ocean floor. So when I raise this up, it raises up that part of the water. Okay, that makes way more sense now. Yeah, right. Okay. Oh yeah, anyway, things can rise up. It's just kind of fucky with a giant pyramid. Yeah, it works when it's coming out of the landscape better. Like this. Now we're eldritching. Nice. I wonder why this stepping is still happening. Is that just because maybe the height RVT is just so fucking low res that it's just like saying fuck you? Like at this point? That could be it actually. Because I'm not damping it on slopes anymore. Because, like, yeah, I intentionally dampen the velocity when something. I don't fucking know. I can't remember shit. But yeah, so this goes higher as the wind increases, I think. Which just adds the soft foam and thingo. You know? This is what I made using mixture of materials, blueprints, and Niagara? Yeah. It's, like, very kind of all tied in together. Oh, I'm still plugged into the fucking emissive. Wait, where the fuck is the... Right, sim water depth. Let's not do that. Let's just put that straight in. God, no wonder it was looking so weird. I'm like, what the fuck's going on? This is how it should look. There we go. Looks no different. Alright, so that's based on wind. With a base of UE5 or something. Alright. But yeah, currently this is all just the fallback material. So for like the distant ocean, not the near ocean. But it is still important, right? Because like you can actually see these waves at a distance. Even in my game, if you're on top of a hill, looking down, then you'll be seeing the fallback waves, not the other ones. Let's just chuck down some extra fucking tiles. Yeah, whatever. Do distance fields get more or less fucked up the further out you go? But yeah, it's good we can blend between the macro waves, microwaves, and the directional waves. Shore waves and whatnot. All separately. I'm making a game called Sea of D's. Sea of D's. It's just a joke. It's just a little, tiny little joke. So if I make this two-sided... Because I know people are going to be like, oh, that's the, you know, the underwater something, something, something. But then we also get loopity-doopities here. Which, for my project, I do like. I like the floopies. But it means that everything won't work underwater. You know, whereas like it looking like this is actually good for people that want it to be underwater and shit. You know? I'm just wondering if I can... I can't really mask out those looping parts. Like, they're fine here. But, stream hasn't dropped out. Yeah, I've been streaming a pretty high bitrate as well. 2.4K. Wow. But yeah, like, having it two-sided means, yeah, we can... Pardon me, do this. But then the overlapping bits on the top, the normals on them get kind of fucked. Although technically the surface should always... Yeah, but how can I mask just these parts? Because like what I'll do in my game for my waves is do a two-sided sine. Two-sided sine. Saturate. And then if I just inverted the normals, would that make them all face downwards? Because ideally what I want to do is just make the normals of the outside, or the backside flipped upwards. So yeah, now the normals are all pointing down, but the inside out bits are pointing up. Although the DDX, DDY, I mean, at a distance, probably not too fucked up. But I would also want the foam here to always be 100% white. Oh, no, it probably wouldn't matter that much. So if I just said two-sided sine, fucking lerp between one is the front side, this one's the back side. And then do this, and do that, and then do this. Does that get rid of the fucked up shading? Yeah. So now we get our tubification at a distance, which I think looks good. But it kind of snaps a bit. Although that's just because it's so low poly over there. Like, if we look at it from here, maybe it's fine. So I guess that means that, yeah, under here is still... The normals are pointing the correct way? Question mark? Can I get up close? I mean, yeah, that looks right. I'm pretty sure that's still correct, so yeah. And then they look decent enough for the fallback. Oh, one other thing that I need to fucking do is... So wait, this has to go at the very end. So... Let's just move this over to here. Normals get flipped on the underside. Penalty went underwater placement. Well, my game is a top-down perspective game. Like this. Let me just fix the water. But this plugin will likely be used by people making, you know, first and third person games as well. So yeah, I'll probably account for all styles. But yeah, the post process and whatnot, I'm not gonna do in the plugin myself. I also don't know why these get all fucky. Is it 'cause it's pushing and pulling too much? Is that because of the masking? Anyway. Looks decent nothings. Right, the waves are at like full tilt, aren't they? I wish I could move the microwaves around more with the velocities. But it kind of starts to fall apart after I do that too much. If I put that up to 2, there's too much stretching and shit. Like that. Are they masked before? They are. Yeah. I was thinking I could do a flow mapped flip book. So it would be the flip book, which runs 2 samples for like interpolation. But then the flip books would get flow mapped together. Do you know what I mean? No. That looks fine at like half thing. But yeah, again, once it it's only the difference in thingo that difference in velocity. I could also put the normals in by some amount. But I don't know if the normals will look more or less fucked up. Yeah, because it's like, yeah, they're not actually going to move with the velocity. We can distort them so that the waves kind of seem like they're pushing them around, but they're never actually going to move with the swell. Which isn't really what they're supposed to be for anyway. I don't know, it's hard. Giga wave, man. Yeah, I don't know. Tough, tough, tough. I think a little bit of distortion doesn't hurt, but I don't know. As we start to... Let's chill that out a bit. Chill them out a bit. Chill the big ones down a bit. Whoa. Whoa! Sheesh. Sorry, honey. Tune them down. Wait for this to just... unfrick. Okay, you know what? Let's start again. Start again. Yeah, in this kind of water, it looks fine. But with the big, big boys, it kind of looks a bit fucked up. Also, as the giant waves chill out, the macro waves really start to fucking churn a bit. Even at low... I mean, that's at 0.2, apparently. Is that maybe too much for this to handle? Maybe it should be scaled by some amount. Or actually, did I... No. Is it at 0.2, or did I put it up to... Because I haven't connected that variable in yet. Where's the water flipbook? These nuts. OmniWave flipbook. It is 0.2, yeah. So even at 0.2... the water's a bit too turbulent in the simulated zone. But I'm not sure how I can actually solve that, because we'd have to actually dampen the water more. Because, yeah, like this here... is us just adding, well, this water even. Like, that's the result of adding that. Oh, no, is it because I over... Is it because I over-add? Like, that's so fucking turbulent for something that's supposed to look like this. This is what it looks like out here. This is what it looks like in the simulated zone. So I wonder if that's just because in our dudes, where we have the Z here, times by delta time, simulation mask, subtract water column height by that amount. No, so that's just... what if I up the lerp time? And the damping. Maybe stabilize it slightly. Yep. That's what it looks like. Is it because it isn't... Maybe if I was fading it... Because, like, this looks like it's scanning, looking kind of weird. Like it's stepped, but that's because the flip book. So like the height and normals interpolate perfectly. They look super smooth. But when you take the difference in height between frames, the velocity is stepped. You know what I mean? Because it's like linearly going between this height to that height to that height to that height. So it looks kind of fucky here. But I do wonder if that's creating some extra turbulence in here. Because I was thinking maybe I should be smoothing out the... like doing temporal smoothing on the velocity shit. Drive water wave velocity, blah, 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 blah. And then we've got water wave prev velocity. And we could do a lerp of delta time times something. 5 into there. Delta time times 5, so this is the new velocity here. This is the previous velocity. So wait, no, we want to do this. So closer to 0 is this, then, but we blend in some of that one. And that would be the new velocity, and that would happen over and over each frame. And so then we go water wave previous velocity. Especially particles, droplets, sprays along the edge of the wave when it reaches the highest point. Of the wave. Yes, yeah, particles. We haven't even touched particles yet. We're just kind of looking at how it works. Just with textures, which I think it looks really good with just textures so far. I think once we put particles in, it'll really like literally elevate it, you know, like in the Z direction, in positive Z. So what's wave static domain? We're getting velocity, and that gets set as... okay, previous velocity. So then where... oh, did I not compile? No, I did compile. AK! Thanks so much for the raid! And Captain Chica, thank you very much for following. Welcome, everyone. Welcoming you in to this absolute shenanigans. I'm currently... look, I don't know. I don't even know what I'm doing. It's all a big mess. But it's a nice looking mess. I'm just trying to figure out how to make the how to make this chill out a bit. I was looking for first person like fluid flux. That's the aim. The aim is for this to be usable in any project. So if I was a person of the first variety, then it might look like this. Let's wait for these to come in. Ignore that there's no foam on these guys. Let's move over to the river. The river into the thingo, into the stuff. Yeah, I mean, the fidelity of it really comes down to, like, the water shader being used. But yeah, like, there's no particles at the moment. But it really depends on how detailed you make the water shader. Maybe I shouldn't have gone as ham on the foam masking based on depth. Where did I put that foam generator? This guy. Hello. Maybe just up to 10 would be fine. That's a bit better. Also, I don't know why, but in this shader landscape material, I've inverted the fucking height masks. For some dumb reason. That should be going that way, you fool. Right? No. Okay, but I think just the frickin' God damn, what fucking thing is it? No, that is correct, I think. I can barely tell. Right, we're not going to get any foam now because that's not deep enough. At least it's, yeah, not going on the rocks. AK, what were you working on? Sorry, I totally zoned out. Tell me about what you're working on the stream. I get very lost in the source with this stuff. All right, let's see if I can make this more thingoed. Water's getting so good. I'm pretty happy with how it's coming along. Pretty happy. So when I derive water velocity from WPO, yeah, if I just said alpha fucking, I don't know, 0.99, does this blur out? It does, okay. Which is great. Do I want it to... Actually, no, that shouldn't be... that shouldn't be time dependent. Because the previous versus the current, that means if we're at a higher frame rate, it'll be running this more. I can barely... Let me just go to the ready render targets. Water waves, projection, wave, velocity, and height. We'll just divide you by, I don't know, 1,000. For a sec. So now deterministic waves are, yeah, way smoother looking. Now if we go back to Dico mode here. So that was 0. We're really going to see the steppedness. Well, no, not even. I guess it's more noticeable at, you know, when it's clipping. Like that. Yeah, you can see that doing stuff. So this will just freeze if it's the previous one. So now this should be like way... It should almost, yeah, blur the velocities over time. If that makes sense. Can I... Water wave prev velocity. Let me actually just plug that in to here. Water wave. Is that what it's called? Prev velocity or prev val? Well, no, I set it up here, don't I? And we get water wave velocity becomes water wave prev velocity. Then in here, water wave prev velocity, blah, 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 into there. So if I said during projection stage, prev velocity into the man. Let's chuck it into there. Whatever. Oh, what's that not doing? Right, that's not even doing it into there. That's fine. So this is... Okay, so it is actually getting a value. A proper value. Which is good. Yeet that in there. Okay, so it is actually blurring it. So if I can't t.max. No, that's probably fine. It's gonna go real weird, yeah, if I... Because I don't actually offset the velocity properly. So as I move around, it's calculating some fucked up shit. It's fine. Can't wait to see dragon velocity reflected in simulation when the water hits rocks and wave. I can show you that already, actually. That is already done. I just need to... Well... Not sure what the fuck's happening. That's all fine. Is it the... What have I disabled that has made this all of a sudden get quite angry? It's not in there. That's fine. That's... Ah. Right. There we go. Okay. Oh, okay. Ignore all the extreme shit. But yeah. The water, like, on the rocks is quite cool. Because, yeah, the shallower water generates less flow. Like, the flow scales down as the water. Because of, like, you know, surface tension and all that shit. So we get these kind of, like, rock pools forming and flowing out and looking nice. Still not sure why these bumps form here. But yeah, once this has particles, it'll be like, it'll be complete. When river hits the ocean, yep. Let me go there. Here's our river. River goes down, rivering. Here, it's very fast here. I don't know why. Oh, that would be because we're drawing the velocity to the RVT. And then here's the ocean. But I can tell this less flow rate. You know what? 50 flow rate is its base. And that should slow down. Yeah. Way slower. Can even like overlap. I swear the sand. I don't know. Yeah, there's still like a lot of tweaking to do and whatnot, but it's looking kind of nice. There's too much sucking. Oh, that's probably because our waves are at like 100%. Right, that's 100% waves, but this is now 20% wavedness. I think it called Flood Simulator. I mean, it could be used to make Flood Simulator. I don't know what is... Oh, is it because I have Niagara open as well? Or is it the single layer water? Single layer water, like... Yeah. Why are you doing that? Is it not culling? I can remember, like, adjusting the bounding boxes of the tiles and stuff. Oh, it could also be that they're not instanced, so that's also something to consider. Yeah, single layer water can kind of chug a fair bit. I wonder what would happen if I was using translucent instead. You know? Like performance-wise, how that would go. Oh, it's also masked for some reason. Let's not mask it. Oh, yeah, maybe it's because of the two-sided and masking. No, it's still pretty chuggable. Let's go... is it default lit, but translucent? And probably not two-sided. Although this will have the this, you'll be able to see the tile edges if it's translucent. Oh, that's cursed. Yeah. But performance-wise, how is it? It doesn't feel much different. And yeah, you can see the tile edges. Kind of funny. I think it's getting there. I think it's getting there. I do. Let's just see how... So this is, again, this is at 0.2 of the macro waves, but it's just the water flows too much just from the height changing. Ship it like a boat ship. Ship boat. I wonder if it's because I'm adding the... One thing I want to do is add the inverse of the velocity. So like if I go to edge lerps, over here, so we get the water wave velocity and height here. I don't think I ever use that anywhere else. So it can probably not be cached. So here's water wave velocity XY. And what's that? That's RVT velocity here. So this is the current velocity. So here we're adding... Oh yeah, this is a current velocity. Then we're adding the wave velocity. We're adding it to it. That's also the target. So this is the target velocity. And then this can kind of, yeah, control the shit and whatever. But what I was thinking is if we add the inverse of the velocity in the XY, but keep the up-down velocity, then it might help counteract some shit. But I've also got no idea. So this just ends up creating more turbulence. What if it was in the positive direction? Because, yeah, the water just flows to... Like, if I just said 100% lerp, the velocity to be the same as, you know, the fallback waves, then you'll see it's quite boring. So this is just saying, yeah, match the velocities of the fallback waves. Let me just do this first. Yeah, so you can see, like, the velocities, like, it's being hard set to the velocities from the thingo. Whereas this would be... I mean, let's just lerp the height. Well, if the height was more matching, then... Even then, we still get too much turbulence, because the water flows down the waves really fast. You know? I'm just trying to think how to... I don't think there's a way around it. Other than, somehow, getting the perfect balance of inverse velocity added. This might be it. No, I don't think. No, because now there's too much velocity happening. You can see little ripples and shit forming, and these kind of suckages. Again, that's too much. Like, if I don't add anything, then how turbulent is it? Super turbulent. If I add more, then that will be more turbulent. If it was just -1. Because, yeah, the only problem is that, like, this here should be looking like... I could... maybe I could just tune it down? But this here, which I think this was at, what, 0. Actually, is this at 0.2 or 0.5? Omniwave's flipbook. 0.5. Okay, so that here is supposed to look like this, which isn't that far off. Obviously, there's less structure to it because obvious reasons. So there was less of that. I mean, that's the thing though, right? At 10%, and if I put this down to 10%, okay, no, at 10% it's not too bad either. It's a bit... Well, okay, no. Once I tell the directional waves to go away. Okay, so that's 10%. And then over here, on the man, then that's also 10%. So it's not too bad. 20%. It's picking up a bit. Okay, it's still stable though. Am my lerps? Yeah, no, they're fine. 03. This isn't too bad. If I could just get the foam happening a bit, which I could feed in the foam mask from the flipbook and just spawn, you know, a little bit of foam based on that. Because yeah, this is totally interactive now. What's the lerp speed at? That's for the height though. Maybe that is holding it in place too much though, or like, you know, holding it in place more. Yeah, right, because of the because of the lerping toward... I mean, again, that's not too shit for 0.3. Is it? Yeah, 0.3 and then 0.3 down here. 0.3 looks like this elsewhere. Which, you know, this is a little bit more. You know, yeah. Again, I could scale it down. So, like, if it's at full capacity, you know, it's going to be completely nuts. But then, obviously, if this is at full, then... Like, yeah, that looks like it's roiling. And these look like they're schmoiling. It's pretty different, but at the same time, you know... If only I could just... If the height correction was faster... But, I don't know, I just feel like doing... Like, yeah, if these were both lerping at... You know, it would take 1 second to reach the right... Can I go, like... I can do lit wire. Can I do unlit wireframe? I can just do unlit. If we were lerping really, like, perfect to match the WPO, that's what it would look like. But then obviously, yeah, the less we lerp them... Well, the more we lerp them, the more they match the fallback waves. But the more we lerp them, the less interactive it becomes for things that are, like, on the ocean, like ships and whatever. Like, if a ship made a giant wake through here, it would just fade out way too quick. So, at, like, a really low lerp speed... Oops, I just disabled everything. Really low lerp speed, obviously it has to fill up first. Really low lerp speed, it's kind of, like, very unpredictable, but it's, like, way more interactive. All of the trails will last way longer, and ripples and all that. And yeah, especially if something big is just smashing through, then... But this now just looks too turbulent. Not really sure what to do about it. How expensive would you say it is to use render targets to capture shadow pass information to use in post-processing? post-process material. It's a good question. It would probably be less expensive than you think. Do you mean like using, you know, like a scene capture to capture world position, and then, you know, you can check if something is behind or in front of that world position kind of dealio? Color shape number. Yeah, I get you. That might be something worth maybe looking into. Yeah, like more custom stuff. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Technically, like, there shouldn't be anything stopping us from accessing, like, the shadow pass in a post-process, because that's how lighting gets applied anyway. Like, cast shadows get applied in screen space, right? It's like for this, for example. This shadow, or these shadows here, essentially there's a scene capture, like an orthographic one, from the sun's point of view. And it records something, you know, it looks like this, of the world position. Or well, it does like a Z pass. But then you can, from another angle, project that texture from that position and also get, you know, the depth from that angle, and then check, hey, is this part here, does it match, you know, the Z from there? No, it would be behind it. Therefore we shade it. And so, like, yeah, I mean, nothing's technically... Well, nothing should be stopping us from accessing just that raw shadow pass data. You could extract the lighting from the, yeah, you could extract the lighting from the post-process and, yeah, do like a color ramp, like gradient map of that. But that would affect, like, this kind of shading as well. Like the smooth shading. Which at that point, it's really just a... at that point, it is just color grading, you know? Like, you're coloring the shadows to be, you know, more of a certain color. Oh, that's why that went all fucky, because that bit wasn't drawing to the render target. Ah, so if I actually... you know, okay, well, figure it out. That's weird. What do you guys reckon? What do you think about the water? Is it going in the right direction? Does it look silly? Does it look dumb? Am I dumb? Is this all dumb? I feel like it's all a bit dumb. You just looked at it for 8 weeks straight? Yeah, that's true, that's true. That is true. Looks like water? Hell yeah. Perfectly smooth water right here. So dumb. Would take a sip? Hell yeah. You don't see Unreal's water system doing this kind of stuff, you know, where you can just whoop, just zoop the wave bias, you know. Don't see their water system doing much of anything, if you ask me. Sorry, that was rude. Nah, just kidding, it sucks. Oh, why? Oh, this isn't using the... Use the Giga water. So yeah, this is how you differentiate between, like, a lake versus the ocean. You just use these little masks. So I can do like this, or like not that, you know? Like, a little pond like this probably wouldn't get this wavy, because it's so shallow when it's at like full tilt. So I'd be like, oh yeah, 0.3 for that one. But it will still get microwaved. Yeah, yeah. If it's super windy. But then like an even bigger body of water, I guess like this. it would probably want a little bit more, you know, of that macro wave stuff. Get on that macro wave shit. Looks a bit fucked up, but whatever. Well, actually, for this one, we could do a big fall off. Because, yeah, that will... Well, no, that's 0. Why is that, though? Is that because of the big guy? This guy? No, that was that one. Is there another one somewhere? I mean, we could do 2 of them then. Be like... one here. Doing it up to maybe 0.9. And then another one behind it that lerps it down to 0.4. You know? I need to make squared versions of these as well. You know what, that can go even lower. Yeah, maybe even down to 0.1, and then that one's saying 0.9, so that will chill these out a bit. But then this one has to go -1. This one has to be in front of it. So yeah, that's how we can like tell this to like, yeah, still be kind of pizzazuous. Over here, but then less over here. There you go. Lots of control we can do. Oh yeah, also I'm not doing like the roughness lerps. Final foam should lerp alpha between specular, because foam isn't well, the bubbles. The bubbles are still reflective, aren't they? Are they? Should they be? Roughness 0.1. See if this does any difference whatsoever. Yeah, it kind of helps it sit on top. Need to slow that flow. Pardon me. Cool. Well, what do you guys reckon? Nearly done. I think, like, behavior and shader-wise, it's pretty good. Obviously, we need to do particles and the particle spawning and the the waves in here. I've kind of neglected. The waves in here, I need to do the foam mask for. As well as... I can still advect and disperse foam in this zone. Which could be handy. That's where we're going to be doing distance field shit as well. So the foam will sort of be interactive here as well. And this is also where we're going to be spawning particles. Or like the distant particles. So, like, big explodey boys. I also need to... decide... Because, like, with, you know, spawning big smashy particles against the rocks, it would be more efficient if... I can probably do that when I do the ocean water manager, like the tile manager. But basically, wherever the ocean intersects with the shoreline, I want to have like 100 different Niagara systems along the coast. Because if I just have one system at the character, and it is, like, constantly trying to spawn particles at every fucking location in this radius, and then 99% of the time it's like, oh, actually, there wasn't any, you know, the render target mask, you know, we didn't pass the test, therefore destroy. That's just going to eat up juice heaps. Whereas if we localize, you know, here is a Niagara system, like, tester kind of thing. And then it will try and spawn particles and do a test, but it doesn't have to spawn as many. It's like we only try spawning the big explosion, explosive particle things where we think they're going to be the most likely, which is, you know, around here. So we can kind of, like, save a lot of juice that way. And then obviously, yeah, we will need some for when, like, you know, for the particles on the water. Yeah, we'll need to be kind of just constantly checking, like, try and spawn particle here. Is there enough foam or divergence for that to be, you know, the case? Yes, no, whatever. Who knows? And then, yeah, do or don't spawn the particles. So, I don't know. I guess we'll see how that goes. In the end... Let me just make it daytime again. Can you bake particles with, like, having a low quality shore spray graphics option? Not really, because the ocean never repeats. There's like never any repetition in the ocean. Well, like, yeah, with the shore spray, yeah, the ones further out, they can be really simplified. Like, we can just do giant particle cards rather than lots of individual ones, because, you know, that'll look fine from that distance. Therefore, we don't have to spawn as many. But yeah, at a distance, we can totally take shortcuts, but it still has to be, like, sensed. Or like, we have to be constantly querying, should there be big foam explosions here or not? So I think for, like, the kind of, like, waves crashing onto stuff particles, we'll have lots of smaller spawners that are, you know, querying, oh, should I be spawning the thing? And they'll just be reading from the render target, and it will only be the ones within, you know, within distance, that will actually be, like, you know, trying to spawn particles. And then we'll have one on the character or on the viewpoint, so that, you know, for, like, the waves that are in the water, so if I just move over here, you know, there's no, like, individual places that we'd want to be spawning particles. We'd want to just be asking everywhere, hey, do we want to spawn particles? You know, yes, we hit, like, a divergence point, so let's spawn heaps of particles and do it that way. I'm not sure why the velocity is doing that. Is it because of... It's like a bit depth issue, but I'm not really sure why. Oh, you know what it could be? That kind of stepping. It could actually be a bit depth issue because the water height is so big. We don't have, like, a fallback landscape. So it's saying, oh yeah, the water depth is a fucking million or some shit. Let me just put this guy as the ocean floor. Water data RVT default color. Mask 0.5. Normal 0.1. Specular roughness 0.5. Base color. World height. Yeah, and then let's draw that as the base. Runtime texture. This would be land interaction height. And maybe also water height? Probably not worth. But does this fix those banding issues? No. I think the banding is from adding... Is it from the height? What resolution is our height? Land interaction height. It is quite big, so that wouldn't be it. No, that's all fine. I think it's because of this. Because we're adding that negative thing. No, even then. Maybe it's the... What is causing that? Is it a bit depth issue, or is it something to do with other stuff? I don't know. I don't really care enough. Yeah, here you can see it. There is stepping, is it? Where do I actually set the fucking grid? Water grid. Blah, 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 blah. Water grid is full flow. And the water... Let's see, water render target. This one is 32-bit, and this one is 32-bit. But we still get this, so what's causing that? The rippleage. Is it this? If I just did none there, how does that help? No, we still get the rippling. I wonder what's causing that. Is it the... Is it the slope-based deceleration? Water velocity from slope. We have the depth-based deceleration, but also the slope-based deceleration, which if I put to 0, do we still get the weird dudes? We do. We do. What could be causing that? It could be... You know what it could be? Well, it would be this. Because we never get it around here. Which means that, yeah, it's only happening where there is... even then. I'm not super sure. I'm not super sure, and I'm not super sure I care. Alright, my brain's kind of busted. My brain kind of boosted. I think we will wrap it up for now. We'll leave it on a high note. I think tomorrow or the next, probably Monday, we'll start doing particle stuff. I think, like, the water is in a good enough state. We start doing particles. And also the deterministic render target. We need to do the foam for that. The foam and potentially the normals. Like, derive the normals from it, because, I mean, that will be relevant in buoyancy. You know, the normals of the waves for things to skim off of and whatnot. A little bit extra, but, I mean, we can use those normals in the rendering as well, which is a bonus. Instead of using DDX, DDY. We also have to do the the ocean tile manager, and then also have that ocean tile manager spawn shore, like wave break particle spawners. And we can also put those wave break particle spawners on like a ship, for example. So when there's a really intense wave collision, then we know, you know, yeah, spawn these big particles around, well, in these locations. So it'll still use the render target and the simulation as a query, but we're telling it where to prioritize doing the things. Alright, I think we're going to raid Mr. Mydron. Unless there's anyone else. Unreal Engineing. Mydron. Oh, Org? Org is streaming? You know what? Have we raided Org before? I can look, actually. I think we did once. I can check. I'll see who we raided last. Org. Have not raided them in the last 30 days. Raided me one time in the last 30 days. Oh, there you go. That's what we'll do. We will raid Org on Twitch, and then I think I'll send the YouTube people to Mydron. So we can double raid. But yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out. I hope you all had fun. I know that I did. Yeah, it was fun to get stuff done. I feel like I was really productive today. And I don't know if it's because, like, I've been playing RuneScape on my third monitor. I feel like, I honestly, I feel like playing old school RuneScape while I do work, it, like, paces me. Like, there's just enough distraction to be, like, it keeps my brain from exploding. You know what I mean? I'm not crazy. Anyway, thanks everyone for watching. With that, we say goodbye. 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 And now I need to do the YouTubos. Let's get the YouTubes. YouTube. Go to thing. Go to the channel. I go to here.
Oh no no no! It's 12. It's 12 a.m.
Oh shit! He's been off for 9 hours.
Are we finally getting the water? Are we finally getting water? Amethyst, welcome.
Sorry, I'm trying to go
What's
to.
up?
Sorry, Will. Oh, have I been missing the
Mega stream, make it 10. What time is it?
Oh no.
Oh, shit.
Will the water system be released as a separate plugin part of the Prismatiscape interaction? It'll be part of Prismatiscape. Sorry, some of the messages didn't come through.
Okay, 22.
The YouTube ones, but yeah. It'll be included in Prismatiscape, but the price will be going up. So if you want to get it at the old price, get the plugin now, and then when the water update releases, it'll go up by like 20 or 30 bucks. But I could release it as a standalone, but a lot of it intertwines in very specific ways. But yeah, I'm just gonna go to edit video. Bye now, then. Hell yeah. Right, let's go to customization, and then redirect, and then search videos. And you YouTubers are going to go to my Drong's YouTube live.
Troubles here.
So I should be able to just end the stream and for that to work.
Do we tell him, Jed?
So yeah, thanks everyone for hanging.
My
And with that, we say goodbye.